the boom, dynamite, let's go ignite. Elements collide in the flash of light. And you feel the boom, that means it's time. Light the fuse, bring the boom, dynamite.
And welcome to the Red Leaf Retrocast. It is Wrestling Episode 65, All Out 5-Star Storm. That's the title of today's episode. I am your host, JD, joined by Kay, yet again. Nice to have you back, buddy.
Thanks for having me back, man. It's become a regular thing, hasn't it?
It's been a good couple weeks of, fast couple weeks of wrestling.
Oh, God, yeah. Went by super quick.
It's been going by faster and faster lately. A lot of our promotions are building up to big shows, with the exception of AEW. They had a big show with their All Out pay-per-view that we watched.
Yeah, definitely. Was a big show.
It was all right. It was fine.
It was okay.
Took a second watch to get over my emotions. But what's on the agenda today? I know everyone's asking. We got some Joshi talk coming with the likes of TJPW, Sareee, some discussion there, and Actress Girls.
Oh, yes, my favorite promotion.
Yeah, your favorite feeder promotion.
How dare you?
AEW All Out and the follow-up episode of Dynamite with my mom. Always a fun discussion there. DDT is getting ready for a major show coming up. So they had a show called Get Alive. It's kind of a build-up show, if you will. Run into Ice Ribbon. They ran a bunch of Peas parties. More or less a discussion there, rather than the matches themselves. So we got a good one there. 5-star Grand Prix from Stardom is back underway. We got 3 nights to really just kind of discuss more than match-by-match breakdown. Doing something different for this podcast, and there's a good reason for that, as I'll get to here in a second. Dragon Gate is still on their road to Dangerous Gate, the big steel cage match, the 6-way tomfoolery. That is one of my favorite matches every single year.
The mesh fence match, you mean?
Yeah, the mesh fence, as it translates to. And New Japan announced their G1 blocks. And considering I have no interest in... Just don't have a lot of interest in New Japan in 2020. Really with the excitement of the booking, but with the G1 announcement and the Gaijin being there, I'm extremely excited for that. I'm back in it, baby. Helps when Evil's not champion as well.
Oh, I'd imagine.
We got a quick little discussion over All Japan Women Classics episode 28. And then from there, Tanner from Headlock Talk joins you and IK with New Japan through the 90s. Got a couple All Japan Pro Wrestling matches from February 1993, and then a couple New Japan matches as well from 1993. Good contrast discussion of the super promotions of the 90s. And then we have a long discussion over WCW Starrcade 1998. Headlock Talk. Tanner is still there for that one. That's the big blow-off pay-per-view of WCW. K, the podcast has made it through 1998 WCW with only the Nitro Go Home show or a post-Starrcade show left of 98. What a journey this has been, and I wanted to do something special for it. Very happy to have Tanner from Headlock Talk here to join us at the end of the show. And because that takes up a good chunk of time of the podcast, we don't want this to be 6 hours. Really just kind of a short and simple discussion. A lot of these promotions we're going to do here. So, without further ado, I will play the Maki Ito music, and we can start talking about some Joshi. You agree with this strategy here, Kay?
Oh, yes. Gotta play the music of Ito, because she is God after all.
She is the cutest in the universe.
Yes, that too.
All right. So, Kay, you convinced me to watch a very important Tokyo Joshi Pro show from earlier this year, the January 4th Korakuen show in particular.
Yes.
Yes. And it was one of the better shows of the year that I just totally missed out on. And it's the reason why you chose this, if I have your reasoning correct, I'm sure you'll tell me if I'm wrong, is it's a good example of then and now, the improvement in the roster, and kind of to see where it's gone from there.
Yeah, it's a mixture of that, and I think you told me to try to find some of the best matches, and that's sort of like the one show that had all of their best matches so far, at least this year, that you haven't seen. I mean, it's their big Korakuen show they do every year, at the beginning of the year, for their anniversary show, I think it is. Something close to that, at least. They've done it every year since their inception, almost. So it's usually got the big stuff on it. But that's also one of the reasons, yes.
Yeah, we saw Saki Akai from DDT, the Iron Heavy Metal title match against Kamiyu, and that's a bad wrestling. Really shows how far both of these women have come just from January.
Especially Kamiyu.
Yes, absolutely. There was the trios match that shows how far Mina Shirakawa had gone, how much weight Yunamonase had lost. That's a good example. The excellent, highly recommended, one of the best female wrestling matches of the year, Natsumi Maki against Sareee. Holy shit, that was a good one. I'm very glad I watched that. It's a big high recommendation there. This is before Sareee went on her basically hiatus. Went into hiding, basically.
This was also not too long after she had dropped the belt to Chihiro and announced the WWE stuff. Mm-hmm. So it's very recent at that point. So it was a good match. It was Natsumi's first match back from that really horrific knee injury she had, where she was out for a long time.
Yeah, you could definitely tell she was favoring the leg a lot, not on her own 2 feet. It was very apparent. So it being that it was against a high level opponent and she had to, her comeback match was like this. Good props there. The Mizuki Thunder Rosa match was great. Showcase for Thunder Rosa.
Yeah, Mizuki did good too.
And it was a good contrast because of the AEW title match, Thunder Rosa against Shida. Shows how far Thunder Rosa has come.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like it's definitely like you had said, it's a very good indicator of then and now, right?
Yes. Maki Ito, the Princess title match against Hikari Noah, one of the up evils. This is followed by the
Angels the evils.
Yes, this is followed by the post-match challenge by Thunder Rosa. This is where the "I don't understand, I am Japanese" promo from Ito after Thunder Rosa's talking shit to her.
It's the best. It's the best promo.
It's one of the best promos of the year. It's a huge recommendation. Maki Ito gets amazing points there. Princess tag title match, not a big fan, but this is more of the Yuki Aino showcase, showing how far she's come, especially since especially since we have the Yuka versus Aino title match to base it off of. And then the Princess of Princess title match, Miyu Yamashita against Yuka Sakazaki, a banger of a showcase there. So, really, really enjoyable show, and unfortunately, this is now going to be overshadowed by kind of the talking future stars, because Natsumi Maki and Mina Shirakawa's contracts are up with TJPW, and there's a lot of speculation of where they're going to go, what they're going to do, and how this affects TJPW more or less on their depth chart. Because to me, I think, Kay, I know you're a big Natsumi Maki fan, I think losing Mina Shirakawa is actually going to hurt them more.
Oh, I think Natsumi's much more. I think it was very obvious they had plans for her. Mina, I don't think they really had plans for, but she was improving. But Natsumi, there was definitely, like, they were laying the groundwork. Just the recent show that I had watched prior to this announcement, they were setting her up for a tag team championship match with Hikari. Sure. And that's now gone out the water. But they're freelancers, so their contracts were more. We have TJPW has priority, but you can go work wherever you want. Hence, Natsumi working in Sendai at one point. So it's not like they're being. It didn't seem like it was not renewal. It seemed like it was an agreement that they didn't. That Natsumi and Mina weren't renewing.
That's what it came across to me as well. And for those that aren't aware, TJPW does so many dates. Basically, when you sign on with them and they want the priority stip, you're kind of stuck with going full-time TJPW. Look at Maki Ito. She's a great example. Do you ever see her really wrestle outside of TJPW? No.
Oh no, she's not only she's ever wrestled outside of TJPW or DDT.
Oh, she's done Pro Wrestling Eve.
Oh yeah, but that was also with TJPW though.
Sure. On a little
But
journey
I mean, like,
there. But you get what
you
understand what I'm saying. There's a lot of speculation that these two are going to show up in Stardom and be kind of surprises. Wouldn't shock me. Stardom does have the money currently to spend, and Natsumi Maki does fit very well into what Stardom wants in a wrestler. They want the heavy work rate. And where Mina Shirakawa comes in, that's where it kind of gives me a lot of flags. And we were talking about this earlier, where Natsu Sumire is just kind of absent from Stardom. And
oh yeah, she hasn't had a show. She hasn't been on a show with them in a month at this point.
Yeah, so there's the speculation: does Mina just fill that role into undercard comedy hot woman, basically? I hope that's not the case, because Mina's been improving so much. I'd like her to stick to freelance and go all the way, go around, maybe still stick with some TJPW dates, just do less with them and more with some other people. But
well, it's also the start of speculation is more off of the fact that the English account followed both of them, and this happened with Shuri as well.
Yeah.
I don't know about Himika, but I do remember when the speculation on who X was in the trios match that they were going to have, where it was just Micah and Julia. They had followed Shuri, and that's sort of the Shuri, like, oh yeah, it might be Shuri. She's in that, so that came out of nowhere in the discussion. So I don't think it's nothing. I think there's definitely something to it. I think Natsumi would be perfect for them. She's both got the looks that they would want and the wrestling ability. I think she's perfect for like a Stars or a Queen's Quest. Mina, I don't really know where you would fit her outside of the Natsu Sumire role. She doesn't fit Stars too well. She's much too bravier and sexy for Stars. I mean, though you have Tam there, but that still doesn't fit well.
Look, man, Tam's old and over the hill. She just can't accept her oldness. Need to go with the new hotness. That's Mina Shirakawa.
I mean, the only way it makes sense is if they make another faction out of TCS, like when that eventually gets disbanded, because let's be real, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, but that would only be the only way it makes sense for Mina, at least. Natsumi, I can see her fitting in Stars or Queen's Quest. Mina is just a weird anomaly there.
Yeah. In my perfect world, both these women go to Ice Ribbon and stick with freelancing, and they can still kind of hang out in TJPW. I like the idea of Ice Ribbon increasing their depth, which is one of their... Unfortunately, it's their weakest part, despite their strong roster, right?
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, Ice Ribbon doesn't sign outside talent.
Yeah,
the last person they signed was Micah. Micah Ozaki in 2015 was the last person that was not homegrown that they signed.
Man.
So it's they don't really do that very often. They usually focus on their dojo talent and maybe using freelancers here and there, like a select group of freelancers, and sort of rotate them once they're done using them. So I can't see them going.
Kind of the same way, but they focus on freelancers.
Oh yeah, they have like 5 or 6 wrestlers at this point, right? Yeah. They have less wrestlers than Ice Ribbon.
Yeah, so that's kind of the situation we're dealing with here, and then that kind of transitions into Sareee on her countdown to WWE tour. Unfortunately,
oh boy,
countdown till she goes to the prison, and we'll never see her wrestle again.
The Void.
The Void. So she's set to, well, upon recording today, she's set to face off against Yoshiko, and then this is kind of your, I guess, teaser match for the big title match that's later to come.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, because Sareee laid down the challenge to Yoshiko, so hopefully they don't go to a 30-minute draw. I've been told they don't, so that really, really intrigues me. For at least a one-time match, we get to see really how good she is, because just watching the Natsumi Maki match, you can tell why she's kind of a generation talent.
So the sad thing with Sareee is, I think towards the end of the back end of her like hot streak there, aside from the Natsumi match, she had some matches that weren't as up to snuff to what she had prior, like the Tsukasa's, the Mako match, all the other 2 Chihiro matches. Her third match with Chihiro was very, very underwhelming. And then her matches after that were very underwhelming as well. So I don't know if we'll get underwhelming Sareee, which I've seen 2 matches so far of her with Madeline and Nagase Ozaki of Wave, and both of those were pretty underwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what to expect from her anymore. I know I'm not as excited because the WWE thing looming over, so it's either going to be a time limit draw or she's just not going to lose. And that makes me immediately less excited for everything she's going to do.
Yeah. Well, it's WWE's MO where you can't beat her. They have this weird power trip sense of kayfabe, even though they're in a different country, different promotions. It makes no sense in logic in 2020.
No, it doesn't. No, and it just did it with Tony Storm, right? Tony Storm and was it Zaya at Zaya Brookside when they came over? Yeah. When they came over during that, they were NXT UK back before Bushiroad bought Stardom, right? Neither of them could lose. Zaya never took a pin.
Yeah, Zaya Brookside couldn't get a pin or couldn't be pinned. Baffling things. Like Tony Storm at least makes sense in Stardom's kayfabe turns of just being a strong wrestler. I get it, and then they put her kind of in the mid card. They had at least a going away tour sense for Tony Storm, but to not be able to pin Zaya Brookside that's what got me. So
I don't think she was even on a losing team. I don't think Zaya was even on a losing team. It was very bad. It was not fun to watch.
No. But I usually skip Zaya Brookside matches anyways.
Well, there you go.
It tells you all you need to know there. So yeah, a lot of something to keep an eye on is definitely the Mina and Natsumi Maki train and where they hit their stops. So I do recommend going back and watching the January 4th TJPW Korakuen show. Now let's talk the Actress Girls show that you and me and in the Discord, which if you join our Discord, you can join in on anime watch parties, wrestling watch parties, all kinds of shit. Streaming video games, some people do.
It's very active.
It's a very active group. Very select few. Not a lot of us, but
yeah,
enough of us. So the Actress Girls had a Korakuen Hall show, and it was headlined by a tag team match. On one side, it was, let's see if I get this right, Kay. It was Takase and Misa, bearing the turquoise gear, against Mika Ano and the Bishi boy.
Kekeru Sekiguchi.
Kekeru, yes, her.
Yes, Mr. Actress is what she goes by.
I like Bishi boy.
It makes more sense, right?
A very high energy Korakuen main event for Actress Girls. It was very good. Seeing main event Takase is a breath of fresh air because she is this Genki girl, good worker in Seed that I'm very familiar with. That's where I see her. And Mika Ano, I see her on the back end of Stardom Ice Ribbon shows a lot of the times. And to see these two go at it and kind of see them in separate promotions outside of AWG it was fun to see. And then the sophomores, right?
So Kekeru, I believe, is in her 3rd year, and Misa's in her 2nd year.
Okay, all right.
Or is about to go into her 2nd year at least.
Okay. Misa's a high flyer, almost like a pure high flyer, much in the same sense of Azumi, but Azumi is, of course, way more experienced and faster in the ring. I think if Misa just kind of picks up her pace, gets a little bit more, let's call it lucha into her style, she could
I was just about to say that.
She could be a very versatile and difference maker in the Joshi scene. I was very impressed with Misa, just from a kind of prospect standpoint. As for Bishi Boy Kekeru, I wasn't really feeling it. She's definitely got a unique look. She reminds me of a Chigusa Nagayo type, where got to get those female fans for the Bishi Boy.
Oh, it works. It works. She has more female fans than male fans. That's for sure.
I believe it. She kind of had a more ground game, so the contrast of Misa and Kekeru was was very fun. That's where a lot of the match was focused on. But as soon as I'm always impressed with Takase when she gets a high energy work rate in the ring, and just to go to her, she just has that personality that you're drawn to, and that character. She has good facial expressions. She's very smooth, little raw in some areas, because she's only 3-4 years into it.
I think about 4, maybe.
Not long at all, and it's quite impressive. I was very, very happy with what I watched.
Yeah, it was a very good match, and it also sets up more stuff for actress girls. Like I don't know if the show has already happened, but the ending set up a Misa versus Keikaru match to decide who faces Takase for the actress girls belt.
Oh, good stuff.
Which was great. It's a big deal because if Misa wins, she's the first person of the third class to actually challenge for the belt, where it's only been first classes, and Keikaru being the only second class to challenge for it.
All right. So if you have Actress Girls account, sign up to the streaming service and check out their Korakuen Hall show.
Very good show, top to bottom.
Now let's get the AEW on. Talk to my mom for the next 48 minutes. See what she thought of All Out and the Fallout Dynamite show. Be back in a sec, Kay. And we're back. It's the Red Leaf for Retrocast. Mom, more AEW to talk about on this episode.
Fun.
Yes.
Exciting. It was very fun. I had to watch it twice because I fell asleep.
Oh, that's a good sign.
And it wasn't a good part either. It was during the Mimosa Mayhem and Moxley.
Oh, good. You only fell asleep for the semi-main of the main event.
Exactly.
So we got
and
All Out.
I watched it twice, and I can see why I fell asleep.
Oh. So we got All Out. We're talking about here. We already discussed the Go Home show for AEW on a little special release there. All our predictions, previews, and thoughts. And then we got the Dynamite.
It was the best prediction ever.
Oh, okay, Miss Confidence.
Well,
like you know the booking.
I knew every single one. I got every single one right except one.
Oh, that's not every single one.
Well, it is in my book.
Oh, okay.
Every single one but one.
All right. We're also discussing Dynamite number 49 from September 9th, the post All Out Fallout show.
All Out Fallout show.
Yeah, that's what I'm calling it.
Okay.
And then we have a live audience, apparently, for this one. It's from our Discord, Kay and a guy named Omega.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, part of the Wednesday Red Leaf Retrocast watch parties.
Yeah. I can't watch with you guys anymore. You make too much noise.
Oh, whatever.
You're very distracting.
All right, Mom. Well, I have some thoughts over All Out in general. I wanted to know what your thoughts were, your favorite match, mood of the show, that kind of thing. Give me your overall impressions and big takeaways.
Well, I do have one 4-star match, and I do have a 3-star match. Even though I did fall asleep at the 3-star match, but my 4-star match was the Jurassic Express Young Bucks because I really enjoyed that show. There was a lot of athleticism, and Young Bucks are turning heels for some reason.
What do you mean some reason?
They're very nasty, and even though I did fall asleep for the Mimosa Mayhem, after watching it a second time, I can see why I fell asleep the first time, and same with Moxley MJF. I thought, when the show started, it was very pumped up. It was very exciting. Loved the 20-man casino battle royal. That actually wasn't very long. It was, I think, just long enough for Archer to win, as I said he would. He would be the guy to for the attack. But what happened after the Omega Hangman versus FTR match, I don't know what happened to the audience, but it became very quiet. And even considering for Mimosa Mayhem, I was expecting a lot more excitement. Same with Moxley and Hangman. It was sort of exciting, but very quiet on the audience side. I don't know if it was because they were so far away, couldn't hear anything, but it just seemed very quiet to me at the end. It lost a lot of momentum for me.
Well, there's a number of reasons for that. The crowd is not mic'd very well. That's a recurring issue with AEW since the crowd has come back, and because the show was so long, to go into that humidity and the heat, you can just imagine how much that takes out of somebody, along with the wrestlers, mind you.
Right. And, considering it was almost a 4-hour show, it just lost a lot of momentum at the end. I was kind of expected more. But actually, my 3-star match was the Mimosa Mayhem. And it was good to actually see Cassidy not put his hands in his pockets and be a douchebag with that, and actually show that he was a good wrestler. I think he's pumped up a little bit too. His physicality has changed, that I've noticed from when he first started, being the skinny twerp that he is, and rolling into the ring and just keeping his hands in the pockets. You really didn't see much of the wrestler that he is. So it was nice to see him actually coming out of that slugdom into a wrestler finally. So
it's funny you mentioned that, because on commentary on the next Dynamite show, he had a 3-minute match against Angelico, and commentary was basically saying this feud with Jericho has molded Cassidy, or got a more fierce side, a serious side of Orange Cassidy. So the feud has made character development with the guy.
Yeah.
It was cool to see.
Yeah. So, and of course, you always have to have blood on AEW, apparently. So it didn't just happen with Orange Cassidy, but then, of course, MJF, rightfully so for him to get nailed in the head and be a bloody mess.
Well, in full fairness, I don't think blood was meant to happen in the Mimosa Mayhem. But when you're powerbombed onto a table with glass...
it wasn't. Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't, but of course there was blood, and as there always is on AEW that I've been noticing. So that's my take on it. I really did. I really did like that Jurassic Express against Young Bucks. It was a long match, a lot of long matches on the All Out show, which was nice.
See, you say that, but they really weren't all that long.
I think they seem long, and right when it starts getting into the final, because I wrote long match for several of them, because it gets to a point where now they're just kind of filling in. The wrestling is kind of slowing down, and that's when I feel that it's getting to be a long match.
Well, I have the times, as I do.
Great.
There were 2 matches, 6 minutes. That was Matt Hardy, Sammy Guevara, unfortunately.
Well, I can see why that was shortened, because I'm sure it wasn't supposed to be. Broken Rules match.
Broken Rules match. Britt Baker, Big Swole, the tooth and nail brawl in the dentist office was only 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Every match on the card was
6 minutes too long, as far as I'm concerned.
Ooh, okay, save that thought. Every match was basically 15 minutes, other than the Casino Royale, which was 22.
Okay.
Moxley and MJF went 23.5. And then FTR Omega went 29.
Oh.
So everything was kind of timed out in the exact same way, basically. So it was very even throughout the show. Now, what I wanted to say, and then I'll get your thoughts over some points in particular is obviously miking the crowd better. They need to really do that. If they're going to have more shows with these smaller crowds, especially in this humidity and heat, they got to make them a shorter show. Like, don't have matches where the Young Bucks and the Jurassic Express, as exciting as it was, it didn't need to be on the pay-per-view. Did the Dark Order against Cody's friends and Sky need to be on the pay-per-view? No, those should have been on Dynamite, right?
Yeah.
Don't have those matches on here. That saves you 30 minutes in the show right there, plus entrances. So that's 45 minutes they could have just taken away. Didn't need to be there. Make the show a little shorter, make it easier on the crowd and the watchers at home. It really did. Because as the show went on, not only was my overall mood was killed with the Matt Hardy incident. And
okay. Yeah, that would probably be where the audience changed.
Well, they almost saw someone die.
Yeah.
I almost saw someone die.
Yeah, exactly.
Taking that into account with poor Matt Sydal debuting on AEW and slipping on the rope or turnbuckle from not just the humidity but all the sweaty men getting it. This poor guy almost breaks his neck and embarrasses himself for life.
Yeah.
Matt Hardy dies, and then the poor women, Thunder Rosa Shida, arguably one of the more hyped up matches on the entire card, just are the crowd's dead for him. Yeah, and I just couldn't get into it.
Nope.
Everybody in the chat, we're all talking. We're not concentrated on the match anymore. We're all talking about what the fuck happened with Matt Hardy and what were AEW doing. And then they followed up with the Dark Order match, and I'm like, why is this so late in the card? Why is this here? This is dumb. Couldn't get into it, despite it being a fine match. And after that, I was just, it was so much.
Yeah, the momentum was lost.
All momentum was lost. It was so much trying to get back into the show that despite me liking the Omega Page and FTR match with their long storytelling and what happened afterwards, the second that match was over, I was exhausted. I couldn't get into Mimosa Mayhem at all. And it makes sense. You fell asleep. And when the main event happened, I was checked out. Completely checked out. I had zero interest. I was pissed. And to the point where I had to wake up the next day, collect my thoughts, sleep on it, literally, and watch the entire second half just as its own show, basically. Because I came away from All Out being like, that was a bad pay-per-view. I didn't enjoy it. Everything I'm talking about isn't about the show and the good matches. It's all about like what went wrong. And when I rewatched everything and cleared my mind, the second half was good. All the matches were great. There wasn't a bad match on the show. All the booking made sense. Lance Archer should have won the Royale. Absolutely. There's the thing that our man Sigma in the Discord here caught where Eddie Kingston never went over the top rope, so he wasn't technically eliminated. Come to Dynamite, they referenced it. So they noticed, they noticed that too. It's part of the story. I can't say I disagree with any decision that was made booking-wise on the show and the stories being told and who went over who and what's going to happen next. That's all well and good. Just there's a lot of lessons to be learned from AEW coming out of this show. How to put the card together, how to keep the flow, how to mic the crowd better. All of these very important things.
Take off the mask is how they need to better mic the crowd. Take off those damn masks.
No.
Sick of these damn masks. Done. I'm done with the mask.
Yes, well aware.
I'm done.
I'm well aware of your Karen-ness you're bringing out in the world.
Yeah, I've got plenty of care, and that ain't it.
It's not something to be proud of.
Masks aren't going to cure.
So I'm
going to stop it.
There's a few questions now I posed your way. Tooth and Nail, what did you think of Britt Baker brawl in the dentist office?
The whole thing was stupid.
Oh.
It's a continuation of how stupid can the women look.
Oh. Go on.
I don't like it. I didn't like it. And I didn't like I'm just not. I'm not a Swole fan at all.
Well, I am
And
not
I was
either.
Very, I was very disappointed that Britt didn't win because she got gassed.
I thought it was goofy. It was only 6 minutes, so it's not really doing any harm at the end of the day.
I like that she got the drill stuck in the.
Yeah, there was a lot of callbacks, through Reba in the dumpster. She comes out with a banana peel. I liked how it started with Britt, she's here, because they were kind of prepared. And
poor Britt she stabs herself with the syringe.
I thought that was really, really funny. She's trying to Novocaine Big Swole, but turned it on and she's selling the numb leg, and she's like, ah, crap, and then she gets gassed. I thought it was goofy fun. It was only 6 minutes. It wasn't great by any means, don't get me wrong.
Well, and Britt probably can't really do much anyway.
No, she's still hurt. She's not healed yet.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
The saga of getting of that match is quite something. So it was originally supposed to be on the buy-in. Free on YouTube, get people hyped up for the pay-per-view, and social media was in an outrage. How could you have this women's match on the buy-in? Because WWE has put this stigma on buy-in / pre-show where it doesn't matter. If you put it on the show, it's just filler. You should skip it, right? That's not something AEW has done. You check their track record for all their pay-per-views. Every single match on those have a purpose. Number one contenderships, feuds built off previous pay-per-views. Casino Royales have been on there before. And then this was something that was built up all summer. It would have had a purpose, and then instead, because of the outrage, they changed it to start off the pay-per-view. And then everyone's complaining that it's bad. So, lesson learned. Keep it where you originally had it planned so it doesn't ruin the flow, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Don't change it on the fly. There's your lesson learned there. And then the Matt Hardy situation. Seidel coming out and slipping, that just sucks. That's an unfortunate incident and scared the shit out of me. And I also laughed at the same time, so.
Right.
Kind of funny. Thank God he's not dead, right?
Uh-huh.
How do you think AEW went about handling the Matt Hardy fall? Because what happened, for those that don't know, is Matt Hardy climbed the scissor lift with Sammy Guevara in the backstage area. Sammy spears him off the scissor lift, and they basically missed the tables that they were supposed to fall through. Only two of them, and Matt Hardy goes headfirst into the concrete, basically. Knocked out.
Right, literally. And they're still playing, it just reminds me of Owen Hart. Every time I, have an injury like that, that's scares the shit out of me, is the Owen Hart. And when I saw him hit that, oh my God. And then he's out. I mean, totally out. And no one's going to his side. They're just letting it play out. And I wonder where that comes from, Are you supposed to, let the show go on? And when someone, when someone's hurt, that's your profession. Mm-hmm. And they should have called it right then and there.
It's funny you mentioned that, because upon the fall, Aubrey Edwards, the ref, went over to him right away and threw up the X.
Right.
And then the doctor comes, and he's there, talking to him. And this was 40 seconds had passed, right?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
And then he tries to get up, and he's stumbling everywhere. He can't stay on his feet.
That's my point. And they let him continue. I mean, he could have had an instant brain bleed at that point.
Yeah, you just don't know. And
you don't. Head injuries are serious, no matter what that person says. I'm fine. But you could have a blood clot instantly.
And we've seen wrestlers have issues in the ring like that. 3 years ago, a Japanese wrestler by the name of Shibata collapsed after his match, and he had a brain hemorrhage.
Yeah,
bleeding of the brain. This is what could have happened here. And
not only that, you hear that from MMA fighters too.
Yes,
and
boxing,
MMA fighter.
any of this.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they were doing there. it was like they were in a panic. They didn't know what to do. And then they just go, well, we got to finish. Like you said, the show must go on. It was a total debacle. Again, like I said, it ruined the entire show for me. Ruined it. Including the length. So
yeah,
this was a huge lesson to be learned. It was by my words a debacle.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was very shocking, and it continued to be shocking even more so when you see Matt stumbling like that. You're like, what the fuck? Get him help, and you're gonna let him continue. What is wrong with that picture?
There's a lot wrong.
And so say you stopped it. It would still change the momentum of the rest of any of the matches that are proceeding after that.
Yeah, but if they would have just straight stopped it and then continuing updating us on his condition.
Yeah, it's something
or
like that.
Or at least he's off to the hospital.
Right.
We would have been worried, yes, but we wouldn't be pissed off.
Right.
At what was happening.
That's
the reaction
of the reaction of doing nothing.
Right. Like, as soon as you tell us he's alive, that's better.
Right.
Right? Okay, let's I understand the show must go on at that point. Update us, he's on his way. They didn't do any of that. It was just they updated us on his condition sort of as the show went on, but the way this was handled was horrible. It's inexcusable. I hope they learn their lesson from this. They better learn their lesson from this. And let's what's done is done, unfortunately. We have to move on. Now.
Well, I'm glad he sent, they did shorten the match. You know that they did. They sent Sammy over the edge, and boom, you're done, Sammy.
Why he was climbing a scaffold at that point, I don't even know.
Right? Then then the two of them are doing that. Like, what the hell? Yeah. Cray. It was all crazy. Cray.
How old are you?
Hey, watch it.
Okay. All right.
Don't you go cray on me.
Oh, no. So, Young Bucks beat the Jurassic Express. Supposedly that's for a number one contender tag team position. It was definitely for to move up in the rankings at the very least.
Well, as we're thinking further on down the road, is that it's going to be Young Bucks against FTR, and who's going to take it then? Young Bucks will take the tag team title.
Not necessarily, but very well could be.
That's my prediction.
Lance Archer wins the Royale with the possibility of Eddie Edwards on the side, or Eddie Kingston on the sides. Eddie Edwards is an Impact Wrestling guy. Hikaru Shida defeats Thunder Rosa.
Knew that was going to happen.
Decent little match. We're getting Thunder Rosa versus Ivelisse.
I really liked that they threw streamers out this time for.
That
Shida.
Was awesome. Yes, and that was something I totally missed my first time, where Shida's entrance and all the wrestlers threw streamers in the ring, Joshi style. That was a really great thing. They need to do that every time for Shida from now on. Every time.
Yeah, every time.
I need those red streamers to just bury her.
Yeah. Yeah, it was great. So I was like, oh, wow, cool. I was excited about seeing those.
Dustin Rhodes pins Colt Cabana to Brody Lee's dismay. Very pissed off because he set Cabana up for the win. What was that? Was that the cat answering you?
Yes. Skyly.
FTR defeats Paige and Omega. Do you have a story breakdown you can give us, Mom? Because I got all my thoughts kind of out there already in the world.
Not really.
No?
I kind of think that for this particular match, that there's very slow counting. But
you and your counting pace.
I have a real problem when they go 1, 2, and then eventually, he's out of it, whereas when it's time to end the show, 1, 2, 3, what the fuck is that about?
Your ref cadence is one of a kind. It's almost like the umpire in baseball. You're like, motherfucker, I was outside.
That's right. But actually, as far as I thought it was a very equal match.
See, I disagree, actually. So Page is pissed off. He let his emotions kind of get the best of him at the beginning of the match. Page and Omega, to me, had a lot of coordination issues. Like, whenever it was almost like Omega was trying to save Page from himself all match. Omega was always saving him from pinfalls. Page just wouldn't tag Omega in when it was needed. Because remember, FTR signed the contract where they have to use the tag rope, so they couldn't. Page and Omega weren't in their element, in FTR's element, right? So they had to play by their rules instead of their own. And when Omega was in the ring, and whenever he needed the tag, Page was never there. So there was a lot of old school type tag wrestling going on here. And then think about this: FTR comes into AEW. They pride themselves on as old school tag wrestlers. They sign a contract where any tag wrestling that they're in is by their rules. They beat everybody using their methods. They come in and then beat the unbeatable tag champions of like 8 months and beat them with their own game. They won flat out. It took just under 30 minutes, but they beat their asses. They talk the talk and they walk the walk. I thought it was a very good old school type story.
Well, but I think FTR is, FTR is your old school wrestling and all of that. So it was nice to see some more athleticism out of FTR instead of their old school way, which is bringing them up into the AEW standard.
Yeah,
because
and they make it different.
Yeah, AEW's standard is definitely athleticism, or that other wrestling company. You don't really see much of that because they're talking all the time.
Oh well. Oh, we'll get to a point when we start talking about Dynamite here. So post match, Omega does not in fact turn on Page. But he almost does. He gets like this coffee table. He rips it apart. And he throws it down, and he leaves in his car, and he's got the Omega symbol on the window.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Omega used to be a singles wrestler, anyways, correct?
Yes.
And as Adam Page was, correct, or not?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah. So. It'll be kind of nice to see what comes out of Page and Omega now that they're going to be more on the single side.
Orange Cassidy defeats Chris Jericho clean, Superman punching him into the juice. And then Moxley defeats. Did you even notice that they never went to the other side to see how the mimosa tasted? On the other side, they never went over there. They all played to the right of the ring on the mimosa. Never touched the one on the left. Well, there was one instance where Cassie went over the rope and his foot went in.
No.
Yeah, he did.
No.
Yes.
On the other side?
Yes. It was at the very beginning of the match.
Yeah. I thought everything.
But yes, they did. It was mostly concentrated on one side.
Yeah. I was very disappointed.
Moxley almost gets taken out by a Rogue fan in his entrance. And MJF loses to Moxley. Very good story here in the ring. It was way better the second time I watched it. where I wasn't taken out of it.
But again, did you notice, though you did watch it twice, but did you notice the momentum of the audience definitely changed?
Yes.
During those two matches. I mean, it was just, there was nothing. You could hear nothing.
MJF
was very blank
in the build and in the promos.
Blank is the feeling I have. Blank.
He wanted to concentrate on in-ring, stay in his element for the advantage, and not go outside to Moxley's advantage. But as soon as they get outside and Moxley slingshots him into the post, that's where he bleeds. He sees his own blood, and MJF starts panicking. This is when he starts. Let me finish.
MJF would have won and again another slow count. MJF should have had the count, not been slow. Well, he would have had the cover and the count.
Well, you can fill
that
out your own inquiry.
That jackass would have been the championship. Frickin' MJF.
So MJF freaks out in the match. This is when Moxley goes full Moxley on his ass. Beating up, biting him. He doesn't care about the coronavirus and blood transfusions. MJF starts trying to do everything he can to interfere, cheat. Wardlow tosses him the ring, but he misses MJF, and MJF misses. He looks up. The ref is distracted. Moxley looks up, and he goes, "Ha-ha!" Double arm DDTs him. Wins. Good guy wins. Despite the stipulation, he can't use it. This was a brilliant finish. I absolutely loved it. Fits the Moxley character perfectly. And that was All Out. A very mixed show. It definitely isn't the worst pay-per-view in the world. It's not the worst one this year. It's maybe below par it probably is below par of past AEW pay-per-views, but nonetheless, a lot of lessons to learn coming out of this one.
Well, Moxley lost some weight too. Do you know? I don't know if you noticed that. He looked like he dropped some weight on him.
I mean, it's possible.
On Moxley. Mm-hmm. It looks like he lost some weight again. So, do you know what he said at the end to Archer?
What do you mean?
Moxley said something at the end in the camera, and I can't.
I don't remember. No.
I couldn't really hear it. I was wondering if you had heard it.
No.
Nothing? Got nothing?
I got nothing.
The hell? Jeez, JD. So, here's my all-out card that my guesses were. I said that the AEW champion would remain Jon Moxley. Mimosa Mayhem, Orange Juice would win. The tag team championship, I said FTR would win. The women's championship, I said Hikaru.
You want to try that
Shida
again?
would win. Hikaru Shida would win. And then on the 21-man casino battle royale, I said I gave the star to Archer. And then Natural Nightmares would beat over the Dark Order. Matt Hardy would be the winner of the Broken Rules match.
The Dark Order.
What?
Well, keep going. I didn't say anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you did. I said Young Bucks would be the winning team for that. And the only one I didn't get right was the Britt versus Swole, who shouldn't have won anyways, bitch.
Oh. Oh
but she did. She won. So I'm not happy about that at all.
Well,
Swole shouldn't win shit any from now on.
Ouch.
She's done. Done with me. Done with me. I'm done with her. Okay.
All right.
That's all I got.
Let's talk Dynamite real quick then.
Yeah, talk at Dynamite. Hurry up.
Join the Dark Order.
Make it snappy.
All right, that was the Dark Order song, getting us back into Dynamite. We start off the show.
Order?
Yes, you heard me.
They didn't even wrestle.
What are you talking about? Brody Lee was in the main event.
Oh yeah, so he was shithead.
God. Jurassic Express defeat the Lucha Bros with the best moment in Dynamite history, where I believe it was Penta as El Cerro M, Pentagon Jr., accidentally gives his brother Ray Phoenix the Canadian Destroyer, and that causes Jungle Boy to roll him up for the win. Eddie Kingston.
That was great.
That was great. Good match. Lots of fun.
It was a fast match.
Any match that ends with a Canadian Destroyer is a 5-star match in my book. 9 minutes 28 seconds. And this is where Eddie Kingston cuts the promo that he never went over. He makes everyone kind of come back together. So I don't think this group is long for staying together very, very much. I think it's always going to be on the brink of dissension until Pac comes back.
Ah.
That's what I'm getting the feeling.
When's he coming back?
I don't know.
Oh, no one knows yet?
No one knows. But before I go on, I do have the ratings, in case you were wondering, Mom.
For what? For the pay-per-view?
No, we don't have the buy rate yet. But we do have the Go Home Show viewers, which is at 928,000 viewers.
Wow.
To NXT on Tuesdays 849. 1.36 in the demo, so a very high number there. And then this Dynamite here, 1.016 million viewers. They broke 1 million for only the third time ever. They haven't broken a million since their second episode. 0.37 rating in the demo to NXT's 838,000, so they actually lost viewers. But also on Tuesday. Not head-to-head. There you go. So great ratings for AEW. It's no coincidence that they went up without WWE competition. And then as for the in-ring wrestling, as I put together the last couple weeks here, Raw has been averaging about 50 minutes a show lately, as opposed to their 30 minutes. They've been pumping out for a good chunk of the summer. Yeah, Raw 50 minutes. Last week was 54, so think of 2 weeks ago and then this past Wednesday. NXT had the previous 2 weeks ago 80 minutes because they had a 60-minute Iron Man match, so a little outlier there. How much of these were in commercials, I don't know, but just keep in mind that WWE generally does, if a match goes over 5 minutes, you'll get 4 minutes of commercials. Generally.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Just the way they work.
At my yard.
Last week was 54 minutes for NXT.
Jesus.
And then AEW for the Go Home show had 40 minutes, which is, of course, on average, which I believe I discussed on that episode, on average for their Go Home shows to pay-per-views. But this show, this Dynamite, only had 38 minutes, the lowest they've ever done on a Dynamite for in-ring wrestling. And this is actually 3 straight shows where AEW has done under 45 minutes of in-ring wrestling. So it's very out of character.
What's going on?
For them to be from their usual 53 minutes averages of Dynamite. So they're really doing more. They're doing a lot more promos, a lot more talking, and a lot more angles.
Cut it out. They need to shorten that talking.
I mean, there's a time and place for it. I think that's what we're feeling with the last few episodes of Dynamite. Is it just doesn't seem as action packed and fast paced. It's a lot slower. I'm not a huge fan of this direction. I do like a little bit longer wrestling matches. Like, should Orange Cassidy and Helico go 3 minutes only? Not so sure about that. But at the very least, what we else got on this Dynamite was 2 separate sit-down interviews. One with Hangman Page and Tony Schiavone, in which Hangman Page is basically calling himself filled with poison, but he still wants to team with Omega. And then on the flip side of the coin, you have Omega with JR talking about, look, he's dedicated a year of his AEW career to being in a tag team and doing quite well at it. But maybe since now losing the titles, it's time for him to be a singles guy. So he wasn't really hinting the heel turn that we expected there. It's a very conflicted feeling. I find it interesting. However, Kay said it best. Waiting for the shoe to drop is just taking too long. And we're all getting kind of sick of how elongated a lot of these things are being.
True that.
Yeah. Like, something needs to happen. We're missing, like, even on a good Dynamite. Like, this Dynamite was fine. There was nothing inherently wrong with it. But we're missing the excitement. If you're not going to do your usual 53-minute in-ring wrestling shows that we all came to love, you need to do something more exciting off camera. Like, for example, just top of my head, during that Hangman interview, perhaps you do Omega first, and then during the Hangman interview where he says, I kind of want to still team with Kenny, have Omega jump his ass and beat him up. You know, that's the time to do the heel turn. Something action. Something filled with the action to keep us engaged. That's what we're missing here. Now, as for continuing the stories moving along, we have the Inner Circle, Hager and Jericho as a tag team. They beat Joey Janela, Sonny Kiss, 946. It was a fine match. I'm not the biggest Sonny Kiss fan in ring. But what to take out of here is Jericho and Hager are going to be going for the tag titles. So Omega Page are out, Jericho, Hager in. Jericho's the talker, he's the exciting guy. Hager is the big heavy, he doesn't need to talk. This is a good role, I think, for both of them, and a good shift. It's a good lateral movement to keep them on TV and keep them having a purpose towards their next goal. Totally fine for it. Nyla Rose beats Ty Conti in a 5-minute match. Not much else to say there. Still waiting on more information to come out of the women's division. It's a continuing thing that we've spoken about a lot. And then Brody Lee beat Dustin Rhodes in a 10-minute match in the main event, and I really liked this match. It was a lot of fun. Dark Order celebrates after the ring. MJF also fired his campaign crew because he lost the title. Him and Wardlow got into scraps.
Right. Well, Wardlow cost him the match. It's all Wardlow's fault.
Well, I mean, that's what he blames him as. I mean, maybe he should have passed him the ring better.
Maybe.
Got away with it in the Cody match. He didn't get away with it in the Moxley match. We had we had a good Moxley promo talking about Archer. It's not easy being a champion. Moxley continues to cut good promos. Lance Archer and Jake the Snake Roberts were cutting a promo in the middle of the rain because it never stops raining in Florida these days, from what I hear. Right, Omega? You're still here, right?
Yes, sir.
He confirms. Our live audience is very quiet this episode.
Apologies.
They're intent on listening. So what did you think of the main event, Mom? Was it satisfactory? I guess since you forgot about it, maybe it didn't hit you in the same way.
Main event for which?
Dynamite.
Oh.
The TNT title.
Well, as you know, I'm on medication, so I can only watch so much before I wander off into La La Land.
Oh, is that the excuse?
Yes.
All drugged up?
Yes.
Well, look, when you get into MMA fights like you do with your tables, someone's gonna walk away with a broken leg. In your case, it was your ribs.
Well, I'm not surprised that Brody Lee won the match, for the TNT title, because he just got the freaking thing.
Sure, yeah.
And like Dustin can beat him anyways. What is stupid? That's why Cody lost it, because the family sucks.
Family sucks.
They're all a bunch of losers.
So, Mom, I got a drop to play here. And it's the last thing we're going to talk about.
All right.
It is a debut of a new wrestler.
Oh.
So I'm going to play this drop. If I can, as soon as I find it, there it is. And then we'll get your thoughts on him.
I am the best man. You tune into my Twitch channel, you know I am the best gamer.
So one Miro, as the best man, made a debut in a segment from Kip Sabian crowning his best man for his wedding, and out comes Miro to be the guy.
I called him Myro.
Myro?
Like Nitro. I don't know. Myro. I guess he came from that other place.
Oh, what is that other place?
That other wrestling company.
Which one? There's many.
The one I hate.
Stardom?
Which one? WWE, isn't he from
Okay.
WWE?
Yeah, but he didn't say WWE. How did you know he was from there?
Well, that's where a lot of these people are coming from. They're all defecting.
They're all defecting. I like that word.
They're leaving the communist WWE. They're leaving communism behind. No more WWE. They're going to AEW. They're going to the other side. They're finding the light.
The Eastern European has escaped communism. So what did you think of this Kip Sabian segment and then Miro coming out?
Well, what are they going to do? Like they did on WWE, and they get them married in the ring and do all that nonsense shit that WWE tried to do, and it turned out horrible? There was some story about that. It was horrible.
You would be correct.
Yeah. It ain't going to be good. That's stupid.
Oh, you're not excited, eh? Oh, how funny. How weird.
It's stupid.
So you thought the segment was stupid?
Yes, the segment is stupid.
And what about Miro?
That's how you're going to introduce Miro, Nero, Nitro. Ooh, that wouldn't be good.
Should have just called him Nitro. So what was your first impression of him? Like what did you think of his attire?
I'm supposed to be impressed? Is that what you're asking me? Was I impressed?
I'm asking you, like, what was your impression of the guy?
I didn't give a shit. It was, I don't give a shit. What does he do? It's like showing a Brian Cage. All Brian Cage can do is throw people around the ring. Is that what Myro can do? He can pick up Brian Cage and throw him around the ring? I don't know.
Well, I don't know. He said he was the best Twitch streamer. He's the best gamer.
Oh, right. Because, yeah, you need a lot of muscle for that. In between the head.
Excuse me?
Yes, you heard me, JD.
In between the head?
In between the head.
What does that mean?
Means you got nothing. All you do is play games. You got nothing. What's going on? You got an empty brain playing games all day.
What is the head?
The head. H-E-A.
Oh, the head. Okay, God.
What do you think I'm saying?
Hid. H-I-D.
H-I-D-E.
Hide?
How do I spell hid?
Hide? God, you're killing me.
I'm not going back to, I'm smarter than a fifth grader. It's been proven.
Okay.
And
So
you're my witness, JD.
Well, yeah, this is true. All right. So you're not impressed with one Miro. You're not impressed. What about his clothes? What about his
He
clothes?
didn't do anything. What about his clothes?
What did you think of his clothes?
What the fuck? What was I supposed to look at? I didn't see anything that attracted me to him whatsoever.
All right.
There was nothing about him that stuck out in my head. I put Myro, the best man. That's all he gets from me.
Well, there you go, everybody.
I don't give a shit about Myro.
Mom does not give a shit about incorrect pronunciation of Miro.
And there you have it.
There you go. Well,
I'm
in
not
case you
impressed.
were not wondering, he was wearing Gucci cross Disney designer line clothes. Like all of it cost like $600 a pop between the t-shirt.
Who fucking cares?
It looked like shit,
Do
right?
people actually give a shit
That's
about
the
what
hey.
he's wearing?
Look, that's what everyone's talking about. They're like, well, they're expensive. They're expensive Gucci clothes.
Who the fucking cares?
I literally thought they were knockoff Gucci. I thought it was like a white t-shirt that just happened to have Gucci on it. Because it had stupid Disney characters on it. It looked like he was wearing pajama pants. I thought he was wearing Crocs.
Give a shit.
I thought he was wearing Crocs out there.
That's what people have to talk about, Myro? And his freaking clothes?
Well, that's
Are you
just part of
freaking
it.
serious?
I
Not
thought
what he can. What does he do? What's his stats? You know, what's his arm width? Nothing. Got nothing.
No. He
So we just got to talk about a Disney stupid Gucci shirt.
yeah, you got to talk about his expensive shitty clothes.
$100? Who the fuck cares? Put Nikes on him and he could go, you know, he can jump higher. No, that's PF Flyers. Can jump higher, run faster. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, really.
I thought it was embarrassing. What a horrible way to come out. Like, this guy needs to kick some ass next week, or like mid-card Myro.
Obviously, I was extremely impressed.
Obviously. So there you go. That was Dynamite. I saved the best for last. That was all out.
Great.
I will say, if anyone gets the chance, on the most recent episode of AEW Dark, there was the main event of Ricky Starks versus Ben Carter. Ben Carter's from England. He's, I believe, an ex-soccer player who got a scholarship I believe, at the University of South Carolina.
Yeah.
And he's pursued a career. He's pursued a career in wrestling, and he's one of the top prospects. And that was a quite a good match, worth checking out on AEW Dark. So just leave it at that. Mom, hope your ribs feel better.
Hey, thanks, son. It'll be about 3 to 5 weeks before I'm better.
Cool. Maybe we'll get more mid-card Myro to talk about next time.
Yeah, I hope so. I'd like to see what Myro can actually do.
Yeah, we all want to see the shoe drop, as Kay says.
Yes,
That's our big takeaway. Mike the crowd better.
Is it Miro or Miro?
It's Miro.
Oh, well, Miro's way better.
Miro's better as long as he's a douchebag still.
Yeah, I'm sure he will continue to be a douchebag if he wears Disney Gucci wear.
Well, maybe when the Eastern European in his bleach blonde and M&M hair will get his shit together next week.
Okay, I'm ready.
See you next time.
All right, bye.
Get ready. Go, go, go. Get down. Go, go, go.
All right, that's enough AEW talk. It's time to talk DDT.
Ooh, DDT.
Yeah, so they had the Get Alive show over the last couple weeks. This is where Eruption retained the trios titles over, I'm calling them Team Degenerate. It's Dino and Yoshiko and the other Degenerate team.
I love this match. It was so funny.
Very funny comedy match where Team Degenerate was trying to get into Sakaguchi's head, make him laugh, so it would be essentially 3-on-2. And the tides return. Sakaguchi actually won with comedy in the end, so that was fun. Chris Brooks defeats Drew Parker in a Gaijin versus Gaijin Universal title hardcore match with styrofoam forks.
It was a very unique spot. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
No, never seen it. They beat the hell out of each other. It was a garbage match. Entertaining, but nonetheless. But the big point here is after the match, they both challenged for the tag titles as a tag team. And it was granted, as far as I know. And then the main event saw the 10-man elimination tag match. Damnation against Team Babyface. Endo wins it for Damnation over Yuki Ueno. And post-match, and this is what I didn't quite understand at the previous show that we covered on the podcast. Soma with Shima is challenging Hiroshima and Marufuji in a tag team special match. Plus, Shima cuts a promo on his couch, and he lays down a singles match challenge to Soma because he's basically the only non-legend of the four to kind of prove himself. And this is going to be at the Korakuen Hall show in October. And then Endo reveals his challenger for the KOD title since Omega is unavailable. And to Mr. Dr. Sasaki's shock and surprise, Endo reveals him to be the challenger. So they made a little comedy. I've seen a lot of DDT faithful, or at least fans, not very excited for this because they have seen this match quite a few times. I'm not the biggest Sasaki fan in the world, but I gotta say, at least in terms for killing time to their next big show, I guess I'm okay with it. I don't know who else you would heat up and make it interesting enough. This is where DDT's unfortunately at its weakest, and that is their main event scene. Like, as good as Endo is, as good as Masato Tanaka's title match run was for the first half of 2020, how good Ueno's shooting up the card, and a few other guys, it's almost like they're not ready to, well, in AEW's case, drop the shoe. Right?
Right. Yeah, definitely. I can't believe I thought the guy that I thought was like the leader at first. Then I was like, oh, no, he's not the leader. I thought he was a comedy character because he was goofing around with the sign. Then he's not a comedy character. Now he's challenging for the belt. I'm so confused with this guy. I don't know how to read him anymore.
Yeah, it's also weird considering in 2020, I would be way more excited for a Higuchi challenge. That would be my bet. That would have been my person Endo should choose. But he's choosing a faction mate. Keep the title in the faction at the very least. That is the worst case scenario.
Wasn't the guy that beat him already? Wasn't the guy that beat Endo in the tournament? Why can't he get the title shot?
Yeah, you would have thought he would have named Akito, but he's a heel, so why would he name the guy that beat him? Right?
That's true. Maybe because he wants to beat him because I don't know, he thinks he got lucky. I mean, you can probably spin that in a heel way. He's like, oh, I'm the best, and you just got lucky, and I'm going to prove that by beating you up.
Well, I look. Endo is one of my wrestlers of 2020. He has been so impressive, so smooth in a lot of his showings. I mean, he was the star of the TV show, and Ueno was his big challenger. And the rise of Yuki Ueno was awesome. And Endo turning shitbag heel on him, and yet, like, Endo is Japanese Will Ospreay, as far as I'm concerned. Except he's a more pure heel at this point. They both have very similar moveset, to be honest.
Yeah, I see it. I definitely see it.
Yeah, so we'll see how the Sasaki challenge turns out. It's not a huge show they're building up to. Maybe Akito will come later. He fucking should be.
Right. He did beat the champion.
He did beat the champion and knocked him out of the tournament and put the champion on his heels to come back in. But what also loses me is, and we'll get into, I can actually do this with Stardom a little bit with my kind of tournament thoughts, especially with the G1 coming, and how Stardom's 5-star has rolled out, and how New Japan handled the New Japan Cup, and how DDT handled the the King of DDT, where the champions are winning these tournaments or getting very far, right? It almost seems to me where these promotions are stuck with their current champions. They don't know who to rise up. I do give kudos to New Japan for trying something super new with Evil. It didn't work out because you don't.
No, it didn't.
You don't not push a guy for 5 years and then expect me to believe he can all of a sudden beat all these dudes. But hey, heat someone up, have them win, and then they got to prove themselves. Didn't work out. Right. They put the title back on Naito. In DDT's case here, I think they kind of missed the boat on maybe heating up T-Hawk to win. Elevating another guy, but they really wanted that Omega Endo challenge. Their ace against one of the biggest stars in the world, and Kenny Omega, because that's a huge money match, let's be honest.
Oh, definitely. It's definitely a big money match.
So there was that's a... When you look at it from the business side, that makes total sense. But since Omega can't come, what is your next step? And I think you could have done a backup plan better. Dragon Gate's case, they did the same thing almost that DDT did, where the champion got beaten out early, and then he gets back in and gets his win back, and then he loses again in the finals. Almost the same as DDT. But they had the guy that beat him in the King of Gate, King of Gate tournament, win just a couple months later. So very similar booking styles. In the 5-star case, it's a lot of 500 booking. What I mean is everyone seems to kind of have the same record. No one truly is just going to run away with it, right?
That's how it always is, though. That's
what aggravates me. It's always, okay, why does everybody have to seem like they're on the same level?
To build up anticipation so it's not super obvious, even though it sort of kind of is. I do agree it does get a little tiresome. Like, why is Tam in the running? We all know Tam's got a white belt match. Why is she going to be winning the 5-star, right? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you keep your mind in that state of booking. It's just very strange to me. I mean, DDT is, in my opinion, one of the best promotions in 2020 so far. That DDT TV show for a good, 10 weeks was a weekly must-watch for me. It really was. It was that compelling. I almost wish they just kept doing it, but I'm also glad they stopped when they did and then reevaluated to some bigger and better things.
Right. I think a good parallel for me at least is Ice Ribbon stuff during there, but we'll talk about them later, right?
Well, let's just get into it right away then as I play the Maya drop. Always gotta find it. I love Maya Yuki's music.
I love it too. It's great.
I would have more.
Amazing.
I would have more Ice Ribbon music, but it's hard to come by. Just look how long it took me to get the Maya music.
I mean, you can also buy some of them off their store, but they don't have the ones that I want. So I haven't bought it. They have Tequila Sayas, though. So if you want Tequila Sayas, you could buy it.
She's retired. Doesn't work anymore.
I mean, they could. She's not totally retired. She's commentary. You know what the planchas and the diving planchas.
It's good commentary. So, for those that aren't familiar with what Peace Party is, it's kind of Tequila Saya's brainchild. Has a little bit of comedy. It's mostly it's kind of an freelancer / rookie development show. Very loose, very small crowds, good practice. There was a September 5th Yokohama show, Ice Ribbon 1067, headlined by the tag team Risa Sera and Suzu Suzuki, taking on Tsukushi Ibuki Hoshi. No surprise, Risa Sera pins Ibuki, but not after Ibuki kicked out of all of Sera's signature moves, so maybe something's heating up there.
Oh, yeah, definitely. She looked super, super strong in defeat, so, yeah.
One big point is Maiko Ozaki did join the Rebel X Enemy faction with Maya Ramchow and Rina Yamashita, but there's still no change in her character nor gear, so we're kind of waiting for it, if that can happen. Now,
and as of the Skip City show, there's still no changes.
Still no changes as of yet. The people that are on the Peas Party shows, I'm very interested in. We have Honori Hana, the seedling rookie, getting a lot of work in. We have Rina Shingaki, the 2AW wrestler. Let's see. We got Madeline.
I love Madeline.
Miss Animated over here from
Diana.
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 Whatever.
Promotion, name one.
Whatever. We even saw her in 2 main events: a singles match against Suzu, tagging with Suzu.
She's great. She's really good.
Yeah. So Mika Ano started in Peace Parties, and now we're seeing her frequently on more and more main Ice Ribbon shows. And with Ice Ribbon lacking depth and people they can feasibly push up the card, Mika Ano would be a good contender for at least tag, and then you can kind of shift other people into singles action. Whom out of the, let's see, we got Rina, Honori Hana, Madeline, and there's a fourth.
That's
one.
it so far. That's pretty much. No, there's Sakura from actress Yuki Sakurai.
Yes, Yuki Sakurai. That is the other person. So
that was her debut. In Peace Party.
Yeah. So we have those 4 wrestlers. Whom do you, CK, Ice Ribbon snatching up, at least in terms of we want to book you on more of their shows?
Well, Rina is already kind of flirting with being on the card. She's part of the joint army with Tay, Shuri, and Uno. So you can kind of sort of rule her out. She's kind of already made her way up. She's part of one of their factions. So I think she's one that I wouldn't really put in that discussion. Madeline works. She's super animated. She's really good and a lot of charisma. I think she'd get really over. I mean, she was already over with the dojo crowd there anyways, because the Peace Party happens in the dojo.
Right. So
the crowd there loved her and ate everything she did up. So, I mean, she's already over. She's only had 2 shows.
Yeah, they put her in 2 straight main events of those shows, too. And being that, let's face it, Diana is not anything special of a promotion.
No, it's not.
This could be a big opportunity for Madeline, however you want to pronounce her name, to get more exposure, get better in the ring, because god damn does she have the charisma and the she fits Ice Ribbon's character, right?
Super well, like to a T.
Yeah, be happy Ice Ribbon wrestling, the whole shtick. She's perfect for it.
I hope she gets the Sareee treatment. So Sareee was part of Diana, right? But she didn't get her breakout until she started going more frequently on Sendai Girls and had those, like that match with Mako and the Chihiro matches and all that stuff. I hope she gets a similar treatment in Ice Ribbon, because I think Madeline deserves much more attention and much better booking than she gets even in her own promotion, where she's in the opening matches losing to Kawasaki Rainbow Girl.
Oh boy.
Like, I could go on and on about how that just doesn't make any sense to me, but Diana doesn't make any sense to me, period. So
yeah, I mean, we can just look at this September 5th Yokohama card. Kind of just a house show deal, but on this card we have Asahi returning from school, Miku Ano.
Mm-hmm.
We have Ozaki and the new faction trying to do something new with her. Rina Shingaki and Tei Honma. Seen a lot of Tei Honma in Ice Ribbon, a lot more.
Oh yeah, she's been booked almost every show.
Yep. And we have the continuing presence of Suzu and Ibuki, which is nice to see. We're seeing we're seeing a lot more outsiders get work. I want to see Hanori Hana get a lot of Ice Ribbon work. I'd like to see her continue to do peace parties, get as much work in as possible, and possibly, if we can get like a Madeline Hanori Hana tag team, just kind of spitballing here, that I think would give you some depth into the tag title scene.
I think Hanori probably won't get up to the main roster right away because she's still a rookie. So I think they'll probably keep her on Peace Party. They don't really debut or put up rookies for other companies on the main show, especially since the inception of Peace Party. So she'll probably be there for a little while. Madeline makes sense, and Madeline and Suzu should be a team because, damn it, they were fun together.
They were really
that's the team
fun.
I want. I want that team so badly. I want that team. Like, Madeline gets obsessed with Suzu after a while. She had this whole thing on Twitter where she made a fake cover of herself on the same Pro Wrestling magazine as Suzu. I love it. It's great. They're so good together.
Yeah,
I need that to be a tag team.
Yeah, she got buy my merch on her butt.
It's great.
Shows it off. It's funny.
It's hilarious. She's amazing.
And in terms of seriousness, besides the outlooking rookies and sophomores and freelancers possibly getting more time in Ice Ribbon, they're gearing up for the tag title match and the more important Tsukushi versus Suzu Infinity title in the main event. The
tag title match got canceled with Asahi and Akane because Asahi had to take time for family reasons. So that match isn't on just yet. It'll get rescheduled though, they said.
Hope it gets rescheduled for that Infinity title match. Same show.
I think it might, but they didn't specify or say anything. They haven't given a time frame on her yet. But they did have a tag title match in replace of that on the same Skip City show it was supposed to happen. It was just Akane and was it Minoru Akane, like the guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was sort of the replacement match. But I hope they get that rematch because I think there was a story being built there with Asahi and Akane.
Or at least going for the two of them, yeah.
Yeah.
So prediction and thoughts over going to Tsukushi versus Suzu first, as opposed to Tsukushi going for the continuing Hiragi Kurumi story.
So I think that plays into why I don't think Tsukushi wins.
Well, obviously.
So if you remember correctly, I predicted that Tsukushi was going to probably win it at Ribbon Mania in December, right? Mm-hmm. Well, starting to see evidence that makes me feel like they might not do that. So Suzu has been on the press trail, as it were, like almost solo, whereas they normally would have had Maya and Tsukasa and maybe even Tsukushi sometimes doing it. They usually bring Maya and Tsukasa together a lot of the time to do those, go to a restaurant and sell tickets.
Sure.
Like do a thing at a restaurant or go to a radio show and do things. It's been Suzu solo, as if they're trying to not let her be overshadowed and they're trying to push her. I mean, she got the cover of the magazine. The other magazine, I think, that just came out in another place, she did an interview there. Then she's like, there's much more of an emphasis and a focus on her to the point where I don't think she's going to lose it until this time next year.
Ooh,
they seem to really want to push her. They really seem to want to push her. I don't know if you go this far like you did with Maya, because when Maya started out this way, Maya sort of got the same treatment, where she was now all of a sudden on the radio shows, going to the restaurants and the local places to sell tickets and promote the show. Suzu's getting that same treatment. And it makes me it's much more notable that Tsukasa and Maya, or anyone for that matter, is nowhere to be seen, as if to not let her be overshadowed by bigger presences at the time. That's why I don't think Tsukushi wins it until maybe next year's big Yokohama show.
the Sakushi waiting. We're just gonna have to continue waiting at the bus stop for her to get picked up.
The bus stop. Well, I mean, I think you can play it out that way, right? She still has the unresolved issues with Kurumi.
Yeah,
right?
it's totally fine. I'm very excited for the Sakushi singles title match.
Right, she's the team with the Buki that you can also focus on a little bit too, right?
Yeah.
So there's things you got to kill time until then.
I'm all in on the Suzu bandwagon. We all are.
Oh gosh, she's so good.
I guess we'll see where it goes because it's a good little mystery. Ice Ribbon's looking up. Let's move this right along into some Stardom.
All right.
I'm gonna play fucking Mayu's music, the icon.
Oh, no, I'll play Momo's.
No, I don't have Momo's.
Oh.
All right, 5-star Grand Prix.
You don't have Momo's song. How dare you?
September 5th, September 6th, nights 3, 4, 5. Just watched the Fukuoka day show right before this podcast, actually.
Right.
We could go through all the blocks. Who's in the lead? Who's not? What are we looking at point wise? Looks to me it's Himika, Konami come down to the final day. Points wise, it'll be kind of even with Tam, Mayu, Julia, kind of in that block. To me, the blue block is Utami's to lose at this point.
I think it's either Utami or Momo, but I think my prediction was Momo, but I feel like Utami would make more sense now.
Yeah, my Konami Utami with Utami winning prediction is looking pretty damn strong at this point.
My Momo Maika is not looking very, or my Momo Himika is not looking very strong.
You could possibly get one of them.
Himika is. Yeah, but I don't think I want Momo to win now because I think she's going to lose to Mayu, and I don't think that's the right time to do it. I think so. Because I think the next thing that they do with that match is going to be where Momo goes over because it's the only thing Momo has left to do. So I don't think you do it this early, unfortunately.
So the Jesus, what is going on with my screen here? Hopefully everything's all right. I'm just checking everything. Everything seems okay. Say something.
Hello.
Oh, okay, all right. We're still good. I'm scared. I'm scared of everything.
Cat, not the cat this time.
Yeah. Oh no, I took care of him earlier. So what are your takeaways from nights 3, 4, and 5 here as we gear up for the final 2-3 shows to crown our 5-star winner?
Something like that. The final is on the 28th, so yeah, about there. I think Azumi, especially to me, has been the big standout almost the entire tournament. I don't think she's had a single bad match. All the big matches she's been in, the Momos, the Utamis, the Shiris, have all she's stood out in all of them. So she'd be my MVP. As for the red block, I still feel like Himika can win it. I don't know if Konami. I think Konami will be it'll come down to the final day, but I don't think Konami gets it. Just because they did that last year, and I feel like you want to push Himika more. They seem more intent on wanting to at least push her. So it just makes sense to put her in the finals and just have her lose to whoever comes out of the blue block. So to make her look strong as they've been trying to do.
Yeah, Himika, Utami, power of the powerhouse or match of the powerhouses seems very has a high probability. Absolutely.
It'd also be a good preview for their tag title match that was just announced for the Yokohama show.
Yes. Very true.
So it would sort of do double purposes, as well as those two. Well, at least it seems to be Himika and Saya are feuding, but Himika and Utami seem to also be part of a feud. Almost completely skipping Maika, it seems. But I can see that being the final. I want Momo, but I feel like if you do that, Momo would have to win, and I don't think they're taking the belt off Mayu. At least not now, they're not. So that's what I think that is. I think Saya Kamitani has been the one that I think has improved the most throughout the tournament. She started off pretty shaky, and I think now we're starting to see some of the improvement that I was hoping for when they gave her the tag titles.
Sure, her match with Julia was quite good on her end. Julia has not impressed me in 2020.
Oh no, she's been boring. She's just not good. No, she's not bad. She's just not being Julia. She's trying to be a submission grapple wrestler, and it's just not her strength.
Yeah, definitely not into that. Although, in that Saya-Julia match, I do want to note that the shooting star into the chokehold was brilliant. I got a bit, you got to respect the balls on Julia for really counting on Saya to actually hit the shooting star the right way so she can catch her.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's like a what's a 60-40 chance that she's gonna even hit that properly.
You might be overestimating that, but unfortunately, that like kind of ruined the moment for me when it took Julia a million years to try to even get a triangle choke going there. I was like,
oh yeah,
boy.
no, she's not a submission wrestler. She needs to go back to being a brawler.
No, this is why it's not
she's better
working.
at.
She's coming across like she wants to be a Kagetsu style wrestler, and it's not working for me.
No, she wants to be Konami. That's what it's coming off as. She wants to do the submissions and the limb work, and I guess she has a submission finisher, but to do a better comparison, like a more 1-for-1, Hana also had a submission finisher, but Hana wasn't a submission wrestler. She was a brawler, and I feel like the fact that Julia's gone and tried to be a submission wrestler doesn't work because she's a brawler by name. That's just how she's been since Ice Ribbon, right? So
Yeah, she was very focused on
her
her long legs, and that was her offense, right?
Yeah, long legs, her like scrappiness and boots to the face and stuff like that. Now she's just trying to be a completely different wrestler. Now I don't know if that's her or if that's maybe Bushiroad in her ear or someone in her ear telling her to be different. But it definitely seems to come out of nowhere, and it's just not doing her any favors.
Well, on a lighter note, the Death Yamasan matches have been comedy relief genius.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Everything she's been doing was great, including almost getting shock roll-ups against anybody that she goes up against. Tam, Himika, the autobiography commercial match with Mayu was brilliant.
Mayu reading passages for the book is the best part.
It was at this moment where Mayu would go on to lose to Arisa or Hoshiki-san, and she's like, wait a minute.
And that's immediately when death hits. There's like comedy timing gold there. It was amazing.
Yeah, it was good stuff, and it was a good little advertisement for Amazon Death.
Amazon Death, autobiography Death.
It was good. That was a good lighthearted match. The Konami Mayu match was incredible. That's my favorite match. That's my best match of the 5-star. At this point in time, it does surpass the Momo Azumi match that I had previously.
Not for me though, but I do think it was amazing. It was definitely a top 3.
Yeah, Konami Mayu was incredible. The Azumi Utami, Azumi Shuri. I do agree with you. Azumi to me is the MVP, most outstanding wrestler, while Konami to me has made the best all-around performance. She's done a bunch of different styles, still kind of sticking with her own, while Azumi, because she's a high-speed, high-flyer wrestler, is so much different than everyone in this tournament. She's really been able to highlight her strengths, and including all her transitions into focusing on the arm. She has a very good style and psychology to her matches currently, and it's very fun to watch. What I don't like, though, and this is just kind of a personal taste thing, is with all of this concentration at the arm, it really relies on the opponent to actually sell it, which sucks that, you have people like Saya Kamitani, whose leg could be worked on, and then she proceeds to do back handspring cartwheel, drop kick, lip up. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to sell my knee.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be selling the knee.
That was the Kiona match, I believe, right?
No, that was the Tam match.
That was the Tam match. You're right. Yeah, Tam Nakano, limb worker, working like Taichi out there, and I did love that finish though, where Tam just got caught out of nowhere.
Yeah, she got cocky. She was gonna go for a second knee, and then she didn't really need to do right, and he got caught.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of those finishes. I buy them every time. They're always fun. But yeah, Azumi, I really need her to tap someone out.
Oh, definitely. I think that's definitely. I need them to do that more than I need them to have her pin more people. I feel like how she does that transition off the top rope, especially to the arm bar or the arm lock there, looks so brutal that I don't see how she's not tapping people out with that just alone.
Right, and how much she's working the arm during the match. When up until the Shuri match, I loved what I was seeing from her, but it was really her opponents that was kind of, I felt, holding her back in getting to that next level of performance, which kind of sucks because she has no real control over that. It's all about the booking and then her opponent's ability to sell, which, let's be honest, a lot of these, if it's Azumi Mayu would sell the shit out of that arm because she knows what to do.
Azumi Momo, she sold the crap out of her leg because there was that point where she was working on the leg a little bit, right?
Yes, exactly. So that was kind of my issue with, say, the Utami match. By contrast, the Shuri match, much more experienced wrestler, she was selling the piss out of the arm. Shuri has Azumi in her own arm submission, but she couldn't fully lock it in because the other arm was worked. That's what I'm talking about. That was good, and then when Azumi got another armbar variation in, and felt that Shuri was going to roll out, she rolled right into an armbar roll-up, which was really good. I like that. I would have definitely preferred a tap out, but in the Shuri's case, it made total sense that you don't want her to tap out because she's going to challenge Mayu for the red belt still. That match is still to come. So I was totally fine with that. A roll-up victory is no problem. It still fits the high-speed style of Azumi. But yeah, Azumi MVP. Konami Julia went 11 minutes on the night 4, and that was their 11-minute match was way better than their 20-plus thing that they did previously this year.
Oh, much, much better. It's almost like it was because it wasn't bogged down by like 15 minutes of mat wrestling, where Julia is so far behind in it that Konami has to be the one to try to lead that, and it just didn't work. Yeah, no, this match was much, much better.
Yeah. How are you feeling Starlight Kid going in the GP so far?
She's had some performances that looked good. It just, the finishes just don't... I don't know why they're not pushing her. You would think that she's, 19 now? She committed outside of school to go full-time with Stardom, right? So she has no school obligations. She's not under 18 anymore. She just turned 19. She sells so much merch, right? She's so popular. Mm-hmm. You would think they'd give her a bit of a stronger run, not the last year's Azumi run, because that's what she's getting, right? Azumi's getting a sort of a stronger bit of a run. She's not getting as many wins, but she looks stronger. She looks stronger, right?
Yeah.
She looks stronger than she did last year when she was in it, right? Well, Kid looks like she's just getting the same push in the run that Azumi got last year, where it's like, yeah, get a decent performance, Kid, but you're not going to win. You're just getting beat up at the end and lose. Right?
Yeah, it definitely feels something's missing with Starlight Kid. She needs a big win. They're putting Micah over strong. They're putting DDM over strong. That story is still being told. Micah, Himika, Julia, in a sense, that's all well and good. I think we can all agree that the Natsuko Tora train has been derailed.
It's long. It didn't even hit the tracks.
It totally blew by. Never hit the brakes. The chain is out all the time.
It's loud,
dude.
The chair. So they have two loud weapons. They have a loud, clanky, rusty-looking chair and a loud chain. Like, how are they getting away with this at all?
The Tora Momo match was infuriatingly terrible, and then the Kiona Tora match was just atrocious. It's
so bad.
When you make a Kiona match just bad, you fucked up. Because
if you make a Momo match bad, you're fucked up. Momo doesn't have bad matches. Nor does Kiona. When they both have bad matches.
Here's the thing about the Momo match, though. Momo was in control most of the time. Kiona went 50-50 with Tora.
Oh, yeah. Well.
The Greek tragedy of Kiona just... like, you want to talk about the Ballad of Jason and the Argonauts there, or any sort of Greek goddess, Aphrodite, and you could go through all of those Greek tragedies. The tragedy of Kiona just never stops.
Kiona the Not Chosen.
God, yeah, Kiona the Not Chosen one.
It's so, and then Saki. So Saki has to go so far away to overcompensate, distracting the ref, that she has to drag the ref in both the Momo match and the Kiona match to like the other side of the ring, because Tora is so bad at concealing the weapon and concealing that she's cheating that's the only way you can make it make sense.
Oh, and it's getting worse too. In the jungle Kiona match, she clotheslines her in the throat right in front of the ref, and he's like, cool. Saki physically gets in the ring in between the wrestler, because she's like, Tora, you dumbass, at least do something right. She pulls the ref in the corner, and he has to, like, it makes the ref look so fucking stupid. It makes you, the viewer, just infuriated. You lose all hope of the match just doing anything. And then she just proceeds to choke her out. Like, why is she here? If she doesn't care, if she doesn't care about being in the tournament, then why is she here? Like, you might as well kick her out. In kayfabe, right. Kick her out.
And why have matches? How many matches has she had that's been DQs? More of her matches have been DQ than they've been actual pinfall victories or losses. Why are you wrestling then? Why'd you even step in the ring? If you don't want to wrestle, then what's the point?
And if you want to say this is what heels do, all we have to do is point to all of our All Japan Women retro watches that we do. That's real heel work.
Hell, point to Asuka. Just point to Asuka. Like Asuka, Venny, and Seedling, just point to her. Perfect modern example of how to actually do what Tora's trying to do and do it properly.
That's another great example. These matches are bad. Makes the ref look bad. It makes the wrestlers look bad. It's all
makes
bad.
Saki look bad. Everyone looks bad.
Everyone looks bad in it. No one looks good. It gets no one over. The crowd is dead. It is. And then on top of that, they're running this story, and this is kind of our last little tangent on Stardom here, because this is very important. On top of it all, they're building a story up with the disbandment of Tokyo Cyber Squad, Kiona and Konami as a tag team. All because Oedo Tai and namely Natsuko Tora are just being annoying. Like,
no, they just challenged. She just Tora's like, I challenge Kiona, and if you lose, we'll disband. Because okay, sure.
Yeah, it's just yeah. And then they're literally cutting promos, going, yeah, TCS gets nothing out of this. They just fight them with their entire faction on the line. It is not thought through. It just comes across as because of the Hana situation, instead of honoring her in any sort of way, you're just going to try to forget about her. So fans don't like this. I don't know any fan that is into this. Now, I have seen the argument, well, they could build towards a tag match and no one would care. I don't agree with that. Because
I don't think doing this even makes people care. It just makes people mad.
Right. It just comes across as low rent, and you don't want your promotion to come across as low rent, especially coming across a tragedy like the Hanakamura situation. This is bullshit. Right. I am not happy about it. I won't be watching the match.
No, fuck the match. I don't care.
I'm going to look up a spoiler, and if it's anything other than Oedo Tai loses, I'm not going to like it.
We know it's not going to be that, though. We know it's not going to be that because they're just doing John 2.0 to TCS. It is so disrespectful.
Yeah, it's the Kiona Greek tragedy. That's what it is. They're doing history's repeating itself. Kiona's the tragic heroine that never wins.
She's the dumbest babyface. Think about it. You know we go with the dumb babyface syndrome.
It hurts.
She's the dumbest babyface. Even Konami's like, "You sure you want to do this, Konami?" Kiona goes like, "Yeah, sure." Konami's like, "Oh, okay, sure, whatever you say."
Yeah, it is. It is the most infuriating, worst part of all the wrestling I currently watch in 2020. This is incredibly disappointing. In the middle of a good 5-star tournament, it is a good tournament. Does the 500 record booking annoy me? Yes, but that's my own personal taste, right? That's going to happen seemingly no matter what. I would prefer a more sports-oriented story where maybe one side has a dominant team and then the other side is very like 3 people going for it, right?
Right.
I do like how New Japan kind of does their G1s in some cases where you have 2 people that just don't win. They're just down on their luck. They're going through a losing streak. They can cut promos and just be like, man, just not my night kind of deal. You can do that. Make it feel real. Because that's what it is. It's sports-oriented storytelling. And then mix this faction disbandment in the middle of all this.
I'll say one last thing.
Very frustrating.
I think this has probably been top to bottom the best or most solid 5-star period, right? Talent wise, match wise. Tora,
I think last year was better.
I think this one's slightly better, but I think the momentum killing it makes it seem like it's not as much. But Natsuko Tora is the one problem with the entire tournament. She's ruined so many matches. I mean, just even match that wasn't a tournament match, Saki and Momo. That match was actually pretty good until Tora decided to come running in with the chair for no freaking reason.
That did happen, yeah. Poor Momo and Kiona. Momo's the ace of the company, and she feels far from it at this point in time. She is a year removed, just over a year removed from losing the white belt, and she hasn't been the same since, and going down.
No, I don't think she's going down. I think they're trying. The only next step for her is the red belt.
Okay,
so
she got choked out to Tora, and the ref didn't DQ, and then she lost.
I feel like that was more. I think that was more of the Saki surprise victory than the Micah one actually at this point. So they seem to be putting Micah over.
Then have Saki interfere.
I think this is where the Saki surprise roll up was probably going to happen. And that's why Tora got the win. Because now that we've seen Micah's run through the tournament, her beating Momo makes sense. Start off red hot and strong, right?
Yeah.
That one, I don't think that was the Saki victory, because then Saki's not there and Iida's in replacement. Iida's not winning anything. I think this is where that was supposed to be. It's still bad. It's still terrible. But I think Momo is not being put down. I think they put her in the most prominent positions, right? She was going to face Mayu and Julia in back-to-back matches on the Yokohama stuff. She headlined their biggest Korakuen of the year earlier in the year, right? I don't think she's being brought down as much as I think it's her only next step is the red belt, and they can't take the belt off Mayu yet. That's what they're waiting on.
Says you. There's nothing stopping them.
I mean, Bushiroad's marketing is stopping them. Let's be real here.
Whatever.
Let's be real
so
here.
Mayu's got to sell her autobiography. She doesn't need the red belt to help out with that.
I agree, but that's not how they're probably saying it.
Come on, Mayu's over 25. She's over the hills. Put it on the hot 20-year-old. Let's go.
The hot 20-year-old. You want to rephrase that?
Let's do it. But more importantly, Riho returned to Stardom. She was in a 4-way. Looked great. Her, Konami, Micah looked awesome. Saki was also there in her at least decent-looking gear.
Her body was ready.
Riho's body was ready. She did say that.
She did.
Good to see her wrestling again. I do miss Riho. She's so unique. She's so unique.
I wouldn't go that far.
Don't make me put you in stage 3 again.
You
know what? I'm gonna put you in friendship timeout anyways. For the rest of the podcast. Where's my drop?
I'm already there.
Facts are my leg is broken. The facts are I'm a conspiracy victim. The facts are you are now in a lot of shit. And we are on a friendship timeout, so I cannot help you. This is done. Reba, get me out of here.
There you go.
I'm already in friendship timeout. I'm in stage 2. How much lower could I go outside of stage 3, which I just got out of somehow?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to Sigma about that one.
Tell him I said I'm mad that I wanted to stay in stage 3.
I'm sure you bribed him. Slipped him a tenner.
I wanted to stay in stage 3. How dare you? I want to see how far I can get this to go.
I'm playing the Dragon Dia song. Let's talk some Dragon Gate.
Sure.
Dragon
All right, Dragon Gate. We're getting to the wire mesh fence match.
I love that name. It's so much better. It just makes it seem great.
It's great, yes. So I do recommend go to the Dragon Gate Twitter, go to the Dragon Gate Facebook page, get the wire mesh fence match rules with the correct order of the people coming into the match, the flags, how that's all going to work, and the stipulations for each wrestler. My best advice is to have it next to you, at least on your computer or print it out or on your tablet or something, and remind yourself when their music hits when they're coming out. It's kind of like a war game style where two people start in the ring and then one person comes out one at a time. And what they do is they add a flag each time someone comes out. So there's only one flag to start. And then so each time you see the music, you go, okay, so Eita's coming out. What does he have to do? Okay, if he's the first one out, then this happens. If he's the third one out, this, etc. And then when you see someone finally grab the flag, that's when you look down. Okay, that was their consequence. just easier that way. That way you can kind of have fun with the shenanigans that you'll ensue, and that way it also doesn't seem as complicated. Because despite there's be so many rules to it, it's still a lot of fun, and then you just kind of realize what happens afterwards. So we watched the August 30th KBS Hall show, and we watched Stormgate from September 13th. And we can break down a lot of the matches, how great they are. Both those shows were the big recommendations there to watch. KZ defeats Genki Horiguchi in a match I recommend. Horiguchi looked fucking great. KZ looks awesome. He's on his game. There was a tag team match with Yamato and Santa Maria. They defeat the team of Benkei and Kota Minoura, but Santa Maria pins Benkei. Okay,
I know, so crazy.
That is the big question there, right? Like, what does Santa Maria doing that set her up for? And we find out basically over the next two shows afterwards what they did plan to do with that, and I'll talk about it in a second. There was a good rookie challenge match again. Last time we talked Dragon Gate, the rookie challenge was against the Torimon veterans. This time they're against the RED veterans, BB Hulk, Eita, Hyo. Big chop battle, lots of fun. It was fun just seeing the rookies get on the heels' nerves by chopping the shit out of them. Eventually, Eita just has enough of them, whacks him with a chair, and pins him behind the ref's back.
It was so good. It was like, I'm done with this.
Yeah. September 9th at Korakuen, this is where Maria comes out. Challenges for the Bravegate title, so yes, took advantage of pinning a former Dreamgate champion. Challenges Ishida for the the Bravegate title, and then Ishida cuts a great fucking promo to Maria's disdain, says, basically, fuck off, you're a comedy jobber, and if we are to have a match, you only deserve the undercard. I won't go any higher than the opening match against you. So that was
so good.
Great heel stuff there. I love it. And then sure enough, at the Dangerous Gate, they're going to have the opening match for with the Bravegate title on the line.
I love it so much. It's so good. It's like, no. I should be higher on the card, but you shouldn't, so I had to lower myself.
Yeah. And then the main event was a renumbering trios match. What they've been doing kind of in the main events lately is kind of mixing up the teams. We saw a real funny trios mixed up match with constant tomfoolery, and it was just very fun. But Big R won, and the reason why that's important is, let me just pull up the renumbering here. So, I don't have it on me. Well, the big takeaway is basically Eita is no longer coming out like third. He's now coming out sixth. And since he's the Dreamgate champion, if he doesn't escape first with a flag, he basically has to either leave red or defend the Dreamgate title against Team Dragon Gate. So him coming in last is a huge disadvantage to the Dreamgate champion. That's the biggest takeaway of it. More or less, besides Eita, the numbering stayed the same. That led into the tomfoolery match in which Eita just beats the shit out of Big R. And it's like, you motherfucker screwed me.
It was so good. He was just like, it was almost exclusively going after him whenever he could.
Yep. KZ at Dangerous Gate is going to face Naruki Doi in a singles match, like fourth on the card. The main event of the February show of this year, when Doi defended the title against KZ. So we're getting an awesome rematch in the mid card.
I'm excited for it because I like Doi.
Awesome promotion. We got RED team challenging for the trios titles. Yoshida, Diamante, and Sakamoto taking on your trios champions, and then Yakotsuka and who's he teaming with? Dragon Kid against Kota Minoura and Jason Lee for the tag titles. So this card looks awesome at Dangerous Gate. It's really come together nicely. We got some faction warfare matches to kind of fill out the undercard, which is fine. I can't wait to see personally more Kento Kabune. This is one of the rookies, and he is going to be a fucking Starrcade.
Yeah, you've mentioned that before. He looked good.
Well, on the Stormgate show, September 13th, he faced off in a singles match, special singles match, against Shuji Kondo, our totally not Ultimate Warrior dude.
No, totally not.
Great showing. I love Kabune. He's gonna be big, maybe even less than a year from now. So keep an eye out on him. The finishing sequence of that match was this poor rookie.
Oh, he had that crazy armbar spot, didn't he? With was it on the top?
Yeah, he leaped up on the shoulders, went over the top, caught Kondo in an armbar, like things like that. It's just too smooth for his level of experience. Very impressive stuff.
It looks good.
And then he made Kondo look like he cut him in half. He got the big leaping tackle spear. He got Germaned like right on his fucking head. It looked brutal, and then he sold the fucking Congo lariat like his neck was decapitated from his body. Like just his neck. Like his arm, his head physically stayed above his shoulders as the neck went backwards.
It was a crazy bump. It was very crazy. The ref immediately had to go check on him and everything. It was crazy.
Dude, you died.
Are you still conscious?
Like, if you would have told me he had death by rebirth or whatever it's called from fucking ReZero, I'd believe you. That's how much this kid got killed, and he looked great getting killed.
Oh, he did, definitely. He sold the crap out of like all those moves.
Yeah. So very excited. This is one of my most anticipated full card pay-per-views of the year. This I'm even more hyped for this one than I am Wakayama with the big title match.
I'm excited for it too. It's been hyped up. You've been hyping it up for me. It's just all of it's exciting. I can't wait.
Yeah. Speaking of hyping up, I'm gonna play Naito's music. We can talk about some G1 thoughts here.
Sure.
Look at this. We're making excellent time.
We are.
So the G1 was finally announced. The Gaijins are there. Will Ospreay, Jay White, Juice Robinson in the B block for the B+ player.
What kind of magic do they work to get all these Gaijins in? That's what I want to know.
Well, apparently Japan is allowing people with more essential worker type permits back into the country slowly but surely finally, and New Japan was able to get these guys in, Kenta included, since he does live in America. They're all in it. So G1 originally looking kind of hearsay. It's like, what are they going to do without these guys? Well, they showed up. A block has the likes of Ishii, Shingo Takagi, Minoru Suzuki is making his G1 return. I'm pretty sure there was an error in the application. They mixed up Hiromu Takahashi with Yujiro. That's a big joke going around. It's I'm sure it's true. I'm sure it was a shoot. But it's too late. They released it. Yujiro's in it, unfortunately. He's in the A block. Okada, Ibushi. Who am I forgetting? Taichi. He's in the A block. Fuck yeah. Lord Taichi. He's gonna go 500. Watch. He's gonna get screwed in half those matches. Tam Nakano, I swear, is like copying his advice. They've been flirting online, so Taichi's got the hormone power going.
The hormone power. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
He's got 3 women in his life.
For 3 faces of Taichi, right?
3 faces of Taichi. And then at the B block, we got an interesting block in B, considering it's Naito, Tanahashi, Goto, Sonata, Evil, unfortunately.
Don't sound too excited.
Spoiler, Yano. This frightens me because Evil's there with a much weaker block. I hate to say it, but I'm predicting Evil wins the block. I really hate it.
I think it makes sense.
My fear and hate flows because I won't enjoy it. Now,
it'd be even worse if he wins the entire thing, right?
Oh, God, no. No, Okada's the safe pick. Jeff Cobb's also in the A block, but he ain't winning. Maybe he has a better showing than last year. The matches I'm most looking forward to is another Will Ospreay Shingo match. I want to know how Ospreay Taichi is going to do. And I want to know what Shingo Taichi is. Taichi is actually my most anticipated wrestler in the tournament simply because with the strength of that block and his faction leader, Minoru there, like, are we going to get A-level Taichi throughout this tournament?
Maybe if Tam keeps feeding him lunch, he might.
Oh, man. Tam, give him all the bentos.
Well, he has to return the lunchboxes first. Apparently he didn't do that.
He's like, oh, I got Tam's lunchbox. That means she has to come over and get it.
Oh God, that's probably what he's doing. I think you nailed that one.
The Taichi Yujiro Takahashi match is going to be so bad. That is going to be possibly the worst tournament match of the year. And
No,
honestly,
not evil.
honestly, well, you know what? Evil Yano is probably going to be the worst.
Just evil is going to be the worst.
Evil's going to be pretty bad. I'm going to go with my heart and say Shingo's going to win. No, Okada's the safe pick just to be different. I'm going Shingo. Shingo, fuck Evil. Shingo Tanahashi and Shingo beats Tanahashi. Fuck it. I'm going to go with my heart here. I want to see that. That's what I want to see go over. I want to see Shingo get boosted up to the top. That's what should have happened. Shingo's going to Wrestle Kingdom and facing Naito. There we go. Boom. Look at that. Book it.
Got your pick there.
That's my pick. That's my fun pick.
As a New Japan newbie, I'll go Okada, and then I go Evil. And then Dick Togo shenanigans, and Evil wins.
Oh, Evil wins again. My brain says Okada Evil, and Okada just gets his win back.
That could happen too, I guess. But it
that's
just
so
feels
boring.
like that block is... If you said that block is super weak, it just feels like it's just set up to give him an easy road in.
Yeah, I didn't bother looking at the end schedule. I just saw kind of how many main events each guy's in, and, it would be nice Goto comes out of the B block, and you just get a heavy work rate match against another person who's never won a G1 in the A block come over. Like, Will Ospreay Goto piques my interest in who could possibly see that coming. Now, the issue is, who do you see main eventing Wrestle Kingdom? It's Okada, right? He's your guy.
Or Evil.
No.
If they want to keep up the Evil train. Neither
No.
one.
I refuse to believe that.
I don't think anyone wants that, but I mean, if they've been booking them like they've been, right?
Yeah. Kanemaru and Desperado are the junior tag champions for what's that worth. So yeah, that's G1. We're all excited. Kicks off this weekend. Yeah, I'll be streaming it in the Discord. Kay, this is your first G1. I've seen 6 of the recent ones. Last 6 years. Not the whole things. The last 3 years I've seen like every match of the G1. And then before that it was just kind of the finals, the block finals. And now I've watched a lot of the G1 from the early 90s.
Right.
So this will be your first one.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
The Champion Carnival in All Japan. I watch the finals every year. See how that turns out. I hope to God it's not Jake Lee. I hate that guy. So boring to me. But we're definitely watching Ashino against Kento Umihara. I mean, you want to talk about getting the drywall ready? That match does it for me. Like, the drywall's in danger right now. Just me thinking about that match.
Might have to double layer that drywall then.
I'll just prime it. I'll get the paint ready. I'll prime the wall first. So that's the G1. Let's talk. Let me play the Bull Nakano drop, and we'll get our All Japan women on.
Sweet.
Bull Nakano, where are you, girl? Alright, All Japan Women Classics, episode 28K. We're here. It is from January 29th, 1989, and the Korakuen Hall show from March 4th, 1989. 3 matches on this show.
No bull.
No Bull Nakano at all. A lot of
Crush Gals.
Asuka, a lot of Crush Gals on the show.
It's almost like one of them is about to retire.
It's not my favorite All Japan Women Classic show. I was very hyped for it because last we left off, Asuka and Nagayo went head-to-head for the 3WA title, and it ended with Nagayo's shoulder injury. And the match was called off, and Asuka refused the belt. So it's been vacated since, like, August of 88. So they went, like,
almost
5 months.
A year. It's been a long time. It's like almost half a year.
Well, Nagayo had the title. August, September or something. The title has been vacated since, and now we're in the end of January for this match. Talk about long-term waiting there.
Right.
Imagine that hypothetically, Mayu Iwatani gets injured in the 5-star, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then not until the big January Korakuen Hall show, the title is just vacant.
I'm going to stop you there. It's called the Tony Storm Red Belt Run.
Well, that's what the white belt's for.
All you got to say. It's all you got to say.
But the title's not vacant.
But the title's not vacant. But it might as well have been. It was never defended.
She was showing it off in Europe.
No, she wasn't.
Giving Stardom a good name. So
no, she wasn't. That was a big complaint about it.
Nah, come on. Toni Storm's awesome. You're just a hater.
She didn't show the belt off. That's the big complaint. But no, I mean, you can't really do that today. I mean, people complained about it really heavily then. Just imagine if they did it again, right?
Oh my god, people complained Riho had the high speed title. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's the high speed title.
Value. It hasn't meant anything since Neo had it. You know how long ago that was?
Exactly. Yumiko Hotta versus Mayo Tai in a shoot fight match.
It was so bad. Jesus Christ, it was bad.
I thought I was fucking over this in the New Japan 90s watch with Inokiism.
Oh, little did you know, AJW thought it was a great idea to integrate it too. We just haven't seen it in the classics because it's not classic, but they had been doing it, I think, for like about a year at this point.
God damn it. So Mayo Tai is like this tiny, like, kickboxer from... She must have been from, like, Singapore or something, right?
Something like that.
Or Malaysia, Indonesia, somewhere along the whatever the politically correct term is for that region now. Can't say it anymore.
Right. Well, she was a shoot fighter. It was very obvious, however, that it was set up for Hotta to win in a very cheesed fashion. Both the reach was out of, like, she was completely in a different weight class. The reach was like twice as long. She's twice her size. So Mayo Tai over here's kicking her, and all it takes is Hotta to just go eat the kick and then judo throw her. And it was just over and over again. It was nothing. It was horrible. Gee, shoot fighting in wrestling doesn't seem to work very well, does it? Oh, you don't say. It's so bad. And I bet you, and it seemed like Hotta felt good about herself at the end. So I wouldn't have felt good about myself. That was very much set up for Hotta to win.
Oh yeah, you could tell after like round 1, this poor kickboxer girl was just like, dude, this sucks.
I think it was the moment the ref didn't stop Hotta having her in a headlock and just punching her in the face repeatedly, and the ref just stood there for a good couple seconds before he eventually stepped in and stopped it. I think that's where she was like, "Oh, okay, this is rigged. I got you."
Yeah, good learning experience nonetheless. Just from our historical viewpoint.
Right.
Yeah, this was my first taste of this. I'm like, oh, fucking All Japan Women did the shoot fighting in the ring too.
Oh, it wasn't mine. Big Egg had a few of those there, and they were all bad.
Oh yes, I skipped those.
Oh yeah, I didn't know better when I first watched it, and so I eventually did skip all of them because they were really bad.
Well, let's talk about this vacant 3WA title match. Asuka versus Nagayo. They're back. It's January 29th, 89. Definitely not as good as their previous encounters. I would say this was their weakest of their encounter between the two, and the last time they would have a singles match against each other in this promotion.
You gotta specify they had like 2 in Gaia that were also better than this one. you definitely hit it. This one was definitely the weaker of the 4 matches they've ever had together. This is definitely the weakest one.
Yeah, and there's not really much to it. I mean, usually these matches went, there'd be some big angle thrown in there. For example, the previous encounter had the Nagayo shoulder injury, right?
Right.
I think the one before that went to a big draw, so they couldn't beat each other. In this one, it was just they did their mat wrestling, they did their trading offense. Just you do a move, I do a move, you do a move, I do a move. Not really anyone completely dominating or the other, and then just kind of Asuka hits a German?
Yeah,
hits a German and wins. It was like she wins. That's it.
It felt like both didn't put their all into it. I feel like the retirement's leaning over. Both of them probably had something to do with that. I imagine both of them weren't happy.
Yes, this is the year 1989. Nagayo retires first, I believe, in May. And then Linus Asuka retires in, I believe, September of 89. So this is the last year of the Crush Gals. We're on the retirement journey here. We've gone through, just watching the classics, we've gone through the Yokota retirement, we've gone through the Masami retirement, the double tandem Dump Matsumoto,
big star Yukari Amori over there.
Yukari Amori. Yeah, Yukari Amori's retirement. Now it's time for the Crush Gals.
It's almost like this 25 rule was dumb.
Yeah, the 25 rule was... Well, I think Dump Matsumoto, she looked like she was battling a lot of injuries at the very least. She looked very satisfied with retiring.
Oh, but she still continues. She's still wrestling now.
Yes, but she took like 10 years off.
She did. So. But, I mean, Devil Masami was probably the clear indicator. She didn't want to go.
No.
Case in point, she jumped.
Tale of Two Cities there.
The minute JWP started up, she jumped in immediately.
Absolutely. 3WA World Tag Title match. The Crush Gals, at some point in between our classics, had won the tag titles, and they're here facing the team of the Calgary Typhoons, the team of Mika Komatsu and Yumi Ogura. Yes, that Yumi Ogura. And this is interesting when we look this up. Like, why are they called the Calgary Typhoons? And I kind of put 2 and 2 together here. Well, Calgary, maybe they were in Stampede Wrestling for a while, right?
You made the joke and looked it up. It was true.
it was very true. Mika Komatsu and Yumi Ogura were a tag team. They went over frequently in the 80s to Stampede Wrestling with Devil Masami and a few others. And they competed as a tag team. They called themselves, well, because they're Japanese, Typhoons. And they were in Calgary, so that's what they named their team after, and they're going to be kind of the next tag team to go along with the Fire Jets, Hisaka Uno's tag team for the time being until she transitions into Akira Hokuto.
Right.
But this match, not ready yet, because the Crush Gals fucking crushed them.
Oh, they murdered him. It was like, oh, you want offense? No. It was a brutal. It was almost one-sided for like the vast majority of the match. I think
it looked like to me a young lion match. That's what it looked like, a young dragon, if you will. Just the veterans beating the hell out of youngins, and you're just gonna take it because we're the fucking Crush Gals. You got nothing on us. We're the stars, and we're gonna be the stars until we're gone.
Right. Well, Ogura got some few host spots in there. You can tell he saw a lot in her. But yeah, no, it was like a squash match. It might as well have just been a squash match.
Yeah. So unfortunately, that was the classics episode we watched. Hopefully, episode 29 here is a little better. Kind of disappointing considering we had 2 title matches on the show. Right.
Is this next one the 70s one? Like go backwards, or is that the one after?
I think that's episode 30.
I'm excited for that one. I'm excited.
There's a couple matches on that card that we've already covered on the podcast through the classics, so we'll just skip those.
I want to see Beauty Pair and Black Pair. Good tag team matches.
We definitely haven't seen. So, all right, time to go into the New Japan through the 90s and WCW. We're going to be joined by Tanner for Headlock Talk. And that'll do it for us. And the next time, it's just you and me, Kay. It's the Wrestler Rankings.
Yes, exciting.
All right. In terms of the podcast timeline, Kay, you and I have just finished recording All Japan Women. But now we have a special guest. I am very excited to introduce him. He is from Headlock Talk. Introduce yourself, sir. I'm very happy for you to be here.
Hi, yes. My name's Tanner. Hi, everybody. I do a podcast called Headlock Talk with my buddy Steven. And I also do a show called Radio Techers, all about soccer with Mags.
It's not for your undying love for the tag team, the Dangerous Techers? Your secret Taichi love does not fall to the wayside on me.
I despise that man. So
even though you named your podcast after his tag team name,
that was part of Mag's idea, I guess. But yeah,
got one by you.
Yeah. But no, I mean, Techers is I think it's a slang term within the football game. So yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it. But yeah. Yeah, no, I'm super glad to be here. It's time to talk some wrestling, guys.
Yes, so we are talking retro New Japan Pro Wrestling with a couple All Japan matches. You know, to fill in that void. It provides not just going down memory lane for some people, but mostly a learning experience of what New Japan used to be when it was a different stage of popularity for sure, and its main competitor, All Japan Pro Wrestling, was reaching slowly its peak and was providing much bigger audiences of the time, much bigger star power as well, despite New Japan having that WCW connection. And then we'll go into WCW from there in the late 90s, 1998. We're covering Starrcade. What a nostalgic show for many of us out there, including you, Tanner.
Indeed, this was I was a wee lad when this show came about, and yeah, the prospect of Goldberg versus Kevin Nash was interesting. For some reason, I was a Kevin Nash fan as a kid. I don't know why. Looking back in retrospect, I have nothing against Kevin Nash. He's a very talented man. But yeah, no.
With that.
Some may, yes, but no. I mean, I just didn't understand the concept of heels and baby faces at the time. It was more of a pure time for me, I guess.
We'll definitely get into more of that later in the show. But let's get this started. We got New Japan through the 90s, but we're starting with the notable matches that we watch for fun, and we're starting with a banger. So in February of the 90s, New Japan was just coming off its Tokyo Dome show. In 1993, in January, in the middle of their interpromotional war, New Japan versus War, Tenryu's promotion, Wrestling and Romance. But meanwhile, on the other side, All Japan Pro Wrestling has just lost their 80s ace in Jumbo Tsuruta, and this was the beginning of the more or less revolution, if you will, from the stable of the rise of Mitsuru Misawa, now the Triple Crown champion, and going into one of his more notable defenses at the beginning of his run against fellow stablemate Akira Taue, the former Sumo. But first, we're gonna talk about the same show from February 28th, 1993, the Excite Series Day 7, Stan Hansen versus Misawa's other stablemate, Toshiaki Kawada. Now, I ask the both of you, how familiar are you with Stan Hansen and Kawada?
This is my first Stan Hansen match, and boy, that's an experience.
The hard-hitting, ugly Texan. I believe he's from Texas.
He might as well be. He's got the cowboy hat, doesn't he?
He does. Well, I mean, you could be Oklahoma. There's a bunch of other states.
That is fair.
How about you, Tanner?
Yeah, I'm actually pretty familiar with Stan Hansen. Kawada, I would say I'm also getting familiar with him. I've watched a lot more All Japan, Retro All Japan recently. So yeah, I'm actually fairly familiar with these two, but never seen them face each other. So this was quite an interesting experience.
Well, what did you think of the match itself?
Oh, it was brutal. It was ugly in parts. It was brutal. A little Obviously this is a match from the early 90s, so it's a little bit more slower paced, obviously,
Sure.
for maybe some eyes. But yeah, this match was pretty great, actually. I loved it.
Okay.
I thought it was a good match. It was definitely hard hitting. I think that's even an understatement, actually. It almost felt like it was a shoot fight. It almost felt like a shoot fight at points. I was like, okay, are they actually trying to beat each other up, like legit?
Well, that's what was made to make you feel like. And the reason why these two matches stand out so much in the early 90s is there was an impasse with All Japan. There was the old 80s style of Stan Hansen, now with the new 90s style, if you will. That's what I'm kind of dubbing this, of Mitsuru Misawa. Stan Hansen was very much a call-it-in-the-ring kind of guy. And then in the second match we're going to talk about here with Misawa, he was more of a plan-the-match-out deal in putting key spots. So definitely a tale of two cities there, and we can see that the Misawa style is more or less what we see today. That's how you think of matches. In the case of Kawada versus Stan Hansen here, Hansen was in control for a good majority of it, just beating the fuck out of Kawada to the point where it makes it, are they like mad at each other for real?
Like trying to kill him legit?
Like hard kicks in which the crowd just gasps constantly, hard chops, the story of Kawada trying to overcome the ugly big gaijin, if you will, a very classic Japanese wrestling story there. And I don't know about you guys, but the turning point in the match was Stan Hansen going for his Western Lariat, in which he hits it finally, but his kinetic energy was just too much, if you will, and he just flies outside the ring. The big bull was unstoppable. He was going.
Oh, I think my favorite moment was him going through the second rope or the middle rope on the outside onto
the moment.
That was quite something. I did not expect that from him.
No, it made us all pop. We were watch partying it during all this, and we just all went holy shit all at the same time. Stan Hansen does win this match, so his final run hasn't come yet. He still has some ways to go, but him starting to put over people to challenge Misawa down the line is the case here. A very hard-hitting match. If you were curious, Meltzer gave this 4.5 stars. So, nice little guideline there for the standard this match was even during the time. Now, the Triple Crown match was what followed. It's Misawa versus Taue. Now, this is my first Akira Taue singles match, and I didn't know what to expect. I knew of their Kawada, Misawa, and Taue. No. Yes, Kawada, Misawa, Taue, and Kobashi stable. But Misawa being the champion going into this and coming off a defense against Kawada, now he's facing another stablemate. What did you guys feel through this match, especially comparing of the Stan Hansen match you had seen just prior?
I think it was a bit slower, if memory serves.
Mm-hmm.
It was definitely more of a, was it King's Road, was what I was told it was?
Yes, that is the definition of the style of match that is laid out for All Japan Pro Wrestling, where it starts out slow, it's a gradual comeback instead of just, I hit a move and now I'm in control kind of deal. You would fight back for a little while, maybe hit one move and go for your second one, but then you lose control again. You don't quite gain it back until the very end, and then they start kicking out of near falls, in which very much now Misawa's elbow strike, his tiger suplex, you name it. These are all moves that have won matches, and big matches, mind you, in the past. And in order to get that over, you have to actually do that. So that's kind of the storyline of the match layouts, with Taue winning matches with his various moves and Misawa kicking out of it, and vice versa, until you eventually get to that finish. Very much the big match style we see in promotions like Noah, All Japan Pro Wrestling with Kento Miyahara, definitely Kazuchika Okada matches, Tanahashi to an extent. this is the big Japanese match layout that we see today, and to an extent we see that with the NXT and WWE that we see, but the difference is it's mostly just their prime finisher and they're just kicking out of it. So they're missing that element of transition. So, with that in mind, what is the perspective now on the Misawa Taue match? Tanner. Yeah, not UK. You shut up.
Yeah, no, it's I thought it was a very, very interesting match. Again, kind of like Kay said, a little bit slow build, but I mean, like you had just divulged here, King's Road style is that way, and obviously, when you have somebody like Misawa, that is that is what you do, right? Like he's perhaps the king of King's Road. It was a fun match. Again, you have to pay attention very carefully with Misawa matches, but I thought overall very good. I liked the Stan Hansen match a little bit more. I will say that if we're trying to rank them here, but obviously Misawa matches are always extremely fun to watch.
Okay, Kay. Now I will allow you to speak.
Well, thank you. I enjoyed the King's Road style. I think this was my second or third time seeing a King's Road match, I believe. I enjoy it. I like the slow build. It's definitely, like, the early goings are usually really slow, and that's fine. Sometimes they're a bit boring, but when they start picking up, they really start picking up. I think I agree. I think I like the Stan Hansen one just a tad bit more, just because it just felt so, like, raw. And that's sort of what I think was adding to that match. It made it seem more legit.
I agree. What didn't grab me with the Misawa match was it never seemed to hit that next level, and I attribute a lot of that to Taue and his very unique sumo style. And Kay, we have seen a guy that wrestles a lot like this over in DDT, Higuchi, also a former sumo. The difference being is Higuchi is much more mobile. He's not as, I don't want to say limiting, because Taue certainly is not, but it's the way he presents himself in the ring and moves, and Taue had a lot of control during this match, so it's not what you would think the champion in peril kind of situation, where it was Misawa fighting back. But that was the story told, and in terms of comparing it to the Stan Hansen match, when you get a raw kind of match that just flows well, and you get you just get that one shining moment where you didn't expect, in this case Stan Hansen flying through the middle ropes because the big bull just saw red at the end of the turnbuckle, I guess.
It was
like, I am clotheslining this guy and there's no stopping me. So yes, and we would, if in terms of just kind of the goalpost, not just Meltzer, but various other sites also ranked Misawa Taue 4 stars, basically, if we're going on the 5-star scale, just for your guideline purposes. And the Stan Hansen was 4.5 to 5 stars in various news outlets. So very fun. And with that in perspective, this was your main event in All Japan. Okay, this is also what serves the purpose. Now we move over to the bigger show in New Japan of the same month, February of 1993. We got a very odd lower card match that New Japan World uploaded into their archive instead of a certain Keiji Muto match. Instead, we got Gifu Industry Hall Black Cat versus Kido, a very over-the-hill 80s wrestler. We're actually going to skip this one because it was super boring and not worth watching.
Exactly.
I think we're all in agreement.
It was not good.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because the more interesting conversations come with the next two matches, both from February 16th, 1993, Ryogoku. Our first match is our Three Musketeers, Keiji Muto, Chono, and Hashimoto, all teaming together against a stable called Heisei Ishigun. That's Kengo Kimura, Shiro Koshinaka, and the Great Kabuki, a very out-of-shape Great Kabuki, and almost comes across as a low-rent Great Muta at this point. To put this in perspective, there are three, or at least to fill in the history, there are 3 stables in New Japan Pro Wrestling currently. You have your Young Guard, of New Japan, your Three Musketeers. They're not truly a stable. They didn't team up very often, but they did here to take on Heisei Ishigun, your, let's call him, heel stable that invaded another promotion called War, Tenryu's promotion, War, Wrestling and Romance. So they're here taking on the Three Musketeers. They've been at ends all throughout 1992. Perceived as the blow-off match at the Tokyo Dome just the month prior, with Wrestling and Romance, Heisei Ishigun, and your Team New Japan featuring Fujinami and company, Chosu and various other guys. So in this match here, clearly the program was Great Kabuki versus Keiji Muto, through a outstanding opening sequence between Muto running outside the ring, grabbing a water bottle, and doing the Great Muto pose of spitting the mist in the air. The crowd just pops hard, gets back in the ring, gives Kabuki the big Italian fuck you with the middle finger, and the crowd explodes. Your big moment of the match. That's our big takeaway. Tanner, what was your thoughts of the match? Now that you know a little bit of the history of it, what does this change your perspective of what you watched, or were you just more or less fascinated with the people involved?
I was just fascinated. Again, it's not too often that I get to go back this far as New Japan is concerned. So yeah, I was just kind of taken aback by the whole thing. Really, interesting experience. It's good to see that New Japan has obviously been building off of tag matches like this for quite some time now. Yeah, I just really liked the match in general.
Yeah, imagine Suzuki-gun comes in. They have done this to an extent. New Japan, Suzuki-gun comes in, or they leave to another promotion, and they came back. We did see this in modern New Japan. And they come and face, at the time when they would come back and face Shinsuke Nakamura, Tanahashi, and Shibata, and they'd all face each other. That's kind of our correlation to what we would see today. Or if we go to All Elite Wrestling, maybe you have a warring faction and they all go up against the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega, just as an example, for those out there. But this was really how New Japan would build their bigger cards, and then they'd have a blow-off match. It was a lot of tag matches like this. And there is a contrast of reasoning to understand why All Japan Pro Wrestling was arguably getting the bigger crowds and having the bigger star power. I personally attribute a lot of this to New Japan not quite wanting to give the full control of the promotion to the Three Musketeers. They were still very much the Fujinami, Riki Chosu, old 80s, and getting Inoki in there promotion. Did you guys feel any of this?
Yeah, it didn't really feel maybe as I'm trying not to sound like too posh when I say this. It didn't feel like as up to date as maybe what All Japan was doing at the time. It did feel a little bit. It did feel a little bit vintage, which is not a terrible thing. I mean, if you like what you like, then I mean that's totally cool. But I will say, like, again, watching this match after watching like Stan Hansen and Kawada, it was like, oh, okay, well this is it's fine, it's different, but it's fine.
And that is the idea behind that perspective. Kay, do you agree with this?
A little bit. I think the Three Musketeers, they definitely felt like the better part of things. Kabuki, he was definitely out of shape. Like, oh boy, Grandpa needs to go back to the retirement home, please.
His face paint makes it looks like his face is actually melting into his body.
It does. It did not look good at all. His hair was all in it and everything. It was just.
Great Kabuki does look like a hobo off the street that got face painted.
That's a good example right there. It's a good comparison.
Which is a shame because he's a legend of just Japanese wrestling. So oh well. And then yeah. So our final match of the same show, February 16th, was basically your team New Japan with Fujinami, Chosu, Osamu Kido, Hiroshi Hase, and Tanner, do you recognize this name? One Takayuki Izuka?
I don't recognize the name, no.
Okay, you have watched New Japan in the past, I don't know, 2-3 years?
Yes.
Do you remember the crazed, muzzled, goatee, bald guy that would go around the audience, like, biting people, and he had the iron glove? Does this ring a bell? He just retired this year.
Crap, what's his name?
Izuka.
I know who you're talking about. I do know who you're talking about, but his name isn't coming to mind. Oh goodness.
Well, his name is Izuka.
Help me. Well, yes. His name is Izuka. Yes.
Yeah.
But I know who you're talking about. Yes.
So
that's him.
that is him. He was a pretty boy in pink tights and a high flyer.
Wow.
At this time. Crazy.
You
Against...
never would have thought of it.
No, it is a completely different, well, I'm using this word, perspective on how much a wrestler grew and how long he actually wrestled in the industry, since we're going back to 1993, and he just retired in 2020. They're against the team of Tenryu, Ashurahara, Ishikawa, Fuyuki, and Kitahara, Wrestling and Romance. So, despite what we perceived as a big blow-off match in January, they're continuing this feud, and you could definitely feel like it's losing steam, and only a couple guys are getting major heat from the crowd, and including Tenryu, the betrayer and invader of New Japan, we're now hearing mixed cheers in with this. And this is all because, from what my research tells me, and just the overall feel, that this is all going towards a May matchup, so a couple months from now, with Inoki slapped into it, because at the end of the Tokyo Dome, he's like, I gotta get in on this for one of my 3 matches every year. That's just what it is. So we're now delaying more of the feud. And at least the match, this one was 2 out of 3 falls. I found the match very fascinating. It's definitely much more slower paced. Kay, you and I just watched a DDT match where it was a faction versus kind of a promotion deal where it was a 10-man elimination. We watch a lot of these matches in, say, Stardom, where it's faction warfare. This is kind of the blueprint for these style matches we see today. But unfortunately, it's at such a slower pace that I find them harder to get into. They don't hold up as well as they probably did at the time. Tanner, what did you think of this kind of 10-man tag 2 out of 3 falls match?
Yeah, no, I definitely see what you're saying about it being a blueprint. For me, it was a decent enough match. Again, I guess my issue was I really lacked the context, but as a match, I think it was actually pretty good. I've no dislike to anything that I saw in the match.
No, nothing's offensive. Nothing is screams I hate this. Right? It's
exactly.
It's very nice in that sense. Okay, now you have very little context, just like Tenor here. Did you feel the same way, or did you somehow get roped into kind of just the story that was being told in the ring?
So I think I think it was a little longer, I guess, than I thought it should be. It just felt like the first elimination didn't happen until way into the match, and when it did happen, I think it was confusing because I don't think any of us saw it. Or they didn't do a good job
you're right. The first fall was just Riki Chosu busting in the ring, hits his lariat, and then first fall done. We're done. Okay.
It was very it was very quick done. Like, okay, did that just happen? Okay.
Yeah. Well, there was like 3 other dudes in the ring, and the ref just goes, "Oh, there's a pin. 1, 2, 3."
Right. And I think I remember you mentioning to me a few times about the heat they had gotten, and you can definitely see the cooldown to the point where I think the angle itself just might as well just be dead, right? If they're the heel faction invaders are not getting booed, then really what's the point of it all? But I guess like you had said, they're prolonging it so Inoki can get in, which I think sounds like a problem. something that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, and I don't spoil myself on the result of it, but I only imagine Inoki will be the deciding factor on kicking this Invaders out officially, which is really unfortunate because, Tanner, to just give you a little history here, all throughout 92, again, Wrestling Romance was this invading faction. Huge. They're all quote-unquote shoot fighters, right? And the feud got so heated, fans were trying to jump railings. It was a straight-up blood feud. Every match would feature just them gushing like a Ric Flair faucet, if you will. Fans would throw trash at the ring at the heels. Just it was so heated that even myself, that didn't like the whole shoot fighting into my wrestling thing, even it coming across weird in the ring, it was so heated that it didn't matter.
Okay.
To now see it just kind of be a mute point in this match, that's what it lost me. Now, that being said, of the time, this was still considered a very good match, 4.5 stars in the Wrestling Observer of the time, because it still had enough feeling in the arena. It just wasn't as vocal as it used to be. So it was argued that if the feud was still just as heated, this could have been a 5-star match.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's totally arguable. I mean, I could definitely see that perspective for sure. Yeah, I mean, you could. I still felt like this was a fun match, right? And I don't think that anything should be taken away from that. But at the same time, with that kind of insight, yeah, I mean, what could have been, right?
What could have been, indeed. It's a good little historical perspective over what New Japan was doing at the time, and they're going into 1993. It feels like they lack direction, whereas 1992 was a great year with the big heated feud, the rise of Chono, winning the NWA title earlier in the year and holding it all throughout the year, basically. Great Muta beating Chosu for the IWGP title and him having his wacky matches, if you will, all the way to the end, unfortunately, where Chono broke his neck from Steve Austin. And now we have an injured Chono, who's very limited in the ring now. Keiji Muto essentially has no challengers other than his Shinya Hashimoto is basically all he's got. No one's being elevated enough. There are not enough people to be elevated, and they don't want Muto to beat Fujinami and Chosu too much. So this is really all they have. Whereas All Japan, they have Misawa, Taue, Kawada. They still got Stan Hansen there. They have a multitude of stars, and they're all fresh. So this is what we're dealing with. I found this very a good learning experience through what we've gone through. So hope everyone enjoyed that. Just kind of not the greatest New Japan matches in the world, but again, good perspective nonetheless. Good learning experience. Let's get on to the real crux of the show, and that's Starrcade 1998. As I gotta find my WCW theme. WCW Starrcade 1998 from Washington, D.C. Oh boy.
Was quite the show, wasn't it?
Oh my god. Not quite as I remember it.
I don't know about you guys. I'm excited for this. I really am. It's one of my favorite. I guess one of my favorite things to do is to go back to an old WCW show and just watch it without knowing what's on the card, and then I'm like, that's what happened. So you almost don't need context for this because it could just exist on its own in the universe.
Well, they certainly don't let you have. They certainly remind you of the context more times than you would need.
Yes, absolutely.
So, as we did last time, Kay, and as we do on the Red Leaf Retrocast here, it is because WCW is so batshit weird and crazy, Predict the WCW pay-per-view card of Starrcade 1998. If you remember, and Tanner, this is something we do here because the builds are awful, the cards change all the time, or they just don't tell you half the matches for the card. Well, so the fun thing is we guess the pay-per-view card. We guessed Nash versus Goldberg. The story tells us Bigelow interferes in the match. This is all just recapping from our previous episode. Bischoff Flair, the Triangle Cruiserweight match. Keep in mind it was called Triangle Cruiserweight match. Kidman, Juventud, Mysterio was my guess. Kay, you said it's not Juvi, it's Eddie Guerrero. Keep that in mind. Right. TV title, Conan versus Jericho, DDP Giant, and then we guessed the remainder of the card. So those are all matches they told us was going to be on it. Luger versus Disco Inferno, because the Wolfpack storyline there. That does play a factor later that, let's just say memory lane did not tell me a certain disco fever was going to hit the show. We thought a Scott Steiner squash match was going to be on the pay-per-view with an epic Scott Steiner promo. We thought we were going to get Raven versus Canyon in a loser gets yelled at Raven's mom match. And then, according to the Wrestling Observer of the time, Bigelow versus Scott Hall was slated to happen, but apparently Scott Hall was injured in a number of different ways the week prior to Starrcade. So,
convenient.
How convenient for Scott Hall, as usual. Well, let's get started. Tanner, what is your history with a Starrcade 98?
Well, I was a wee young lad at the time, but I remember this pay-per-view in particular. I don't even want to say the pay-per-view in particular. It's the match between Goldberg and Kevin Nash. That's what sold the show, truly, right?
Absolutely.
Like let's all be honest with each other here. Yeah, nobody's buying the show for Norman Smiley, right?
Speak for yourself.
But no, okay, my apologies. But yeah,
hey, dude, that big wiggle. There were certain guys in that crowd that were into it.
Oh boy, were there?
Hey, yeah, there were. No, there certainly were. No, but that's that. I guess that was the business of this particular card. It was Kevin Nash versus Goldberg. It was Kevin Nash. He's kind of this force himself within WCW, politically speaking. And then you have Goldberg, who's like an actual force on screen. He's had the undefeated streak. He had
it's funny you mentioned that.
Yeah.
So, since winning the title at the Big Georgia Dome July show, okay, we all remember this. In fact, it was voted the greatest Nitro match of all time. Okay. He won this title from Hogan back in July. He proceeded to have maybe 2 defenses between July and December of 1998, and he frequently would either not be on TV at all, or he would show up for less than a minute, in which some of his matches would go to DQ finishes, get thrown out, or he'd just beat someone that would just be given a title shot of no consequence, such as the day after War Games, Sting even though they just had a number 1 contenders War Games match, bear in mind that War Games match was absolutely atrocious, and DDP won it, Sting gets the title match the very next day, regardless. And then, of course, nothing happened after that. So, of the time, Kevin Nash has now been given the book, so to say, but he's not in full control of it. That doesn't come until January of 1998. Maybe a certain finger gets poked on a certain day, which we're screaming to, yes.
Oh, boy.
But he does have control over much of the show. But not completely at this point. Kevin Nash, his build from July until December was not wrestling. He was in the War Games match. He was in the World War III Battle Royal, in which he won, and that gave us his title match. He's had 1 match against Wrath, who was on a winning streak, and he beat him. And then he hadn't really done much since then. He is the man of no work, and yet he's getting paid and gets the big Starrcade match. That's a perspective of what actually has occurred. And Hogan, thankfully, has been off TV since the Warrior debacle of him returning to WCW. And I gotta say, the show has been better without Hulk Hogan on it.
I mean, how we grading better?
But grading on a better WCW scale is worth it. So we begin our show, WCW. It is the greatest lineage title since 1905, is the line from Tony Schiavone and Mike Tenay. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I believe them.
Oh no, neither do I.
This is false. This is not true, actually. Not with the 90s perspective on it.
Yeah, 173-0 Goldberg streak, and the title is on the line. This is your big main event for Starrcade 1998. And I'm going to be honest, guys. I wanted Nash to win this match against Goldberg. So you were not alone, Tanner, in being a Nash fan. Now, was I truly a Nash fan? No, I just wanted to see my friends be all angry because Goldberg lost.
So even then,
exactly.
I was a Bret Hart fan and pissed off he wasn't in the world title picture.
See, that's when the fandom of Kevin Nash kicks in, is because you hate something else. And that's what we could all rally around hating Goldberg if we supported Kevin Nash.
Well, the thing is, whether people want to admit it or not, everybody was a Goldberg fan of the time. But with him, and I think that in retrospective, I think what made people sort of want to see him finally lose was the fact that he wasn't a prominent guy on TV. And he really wasn't. Ever since he won the title, he's been mostly absent and not really the key player. Does he still get the crazy crowd chants? Are people really into him? Yes, but they kind of want to see something new and fresh. So, a bad example of pushing a champion, leave it to WCW.
Right. You have money in your hands and you drop it.
Yeah. Mike Tenay tells us the Horsemen are banned from ringside in the building, but not the NWO. I sense something afoot.
Yes.
Now, Tanner, do you remember the previous Nitro that led to the Horsemen being banned from ringside?
I don't remember the previous Nitro. No, like I don't remember like off the top of my head. But no.
This featured Eric Bischoff sicking the police on the Horsemen and having Mongo and Chris Benoit and Dean Malenko arrested, and particularly Chris Benoit maced from police.
Like legit maced, it seems.
It seems like it was legit mace, because the way Benoit goes down and screams seems it was real. And knowing WCW and a certain incident that happens at the end of the show, it very well could have been.
Perhaps so. Now that you say that, that's hilarious. I do kind of remember that. Yes.
And as we know, Chris Benoit was a crazy guy, so he could have just said, fuck it, do it.
Yeah, let's just make it legit, man.
Let's make it legit. Wrestling has to be real sometimes. What better time than to use real mace to my eyeballs?
We'll work it out later.
All right. DDP versus the Giant is a match on the card, so they sell us. And then we get heel Bret Hart, heel Scott Steiner, and heel Chris Jericho, giving us a QVC video run showdown.
This was something I was not expecting. QVC of all things, and WCW. That's quite the crossover I didn't expect.
Yeah. Call this hotline to get all the spoilers. Down to Mean Gene plugs the hotline in intros from one David Penzer. It always feels good to hear his voice. Our first opening match of Starrcade is the triangle match for the Cruiserweight title. 1-0. We are on a winning streak, Kay, for our card.
Yes.
It's Juventud Guerrera of the LWO. Rey Mysterio Jr. of the kind of LWO, but he's not in it, but is. He does have 2 eyeballs here, for those that are keeping up. And Kid Man, our Cruiserweight champion.
Oh, yes, the Kid Man.
Fashion talk here. Juventud has his sick, awesome gear. Rey Mysterio is really top-notch levels here with his gear. But then we have Kidman. Tanner, what do you think of Kidman's fashion talk here?
Well, he certainly stands out.
Did he show up with his best gear for this epic Starrcade title match defense of his?
Hey, he washed that shirt before.
It was a clean. Yeah, it was a clean white wife beater shirt with some jorts. the jorts looked particularly clean. I will make note of that.
This poor guy.
A young John Cena took notes.
Oh no, might be onto something. Well, it's funny you mentioned that. I believe there was a John Cena looking guy in the audience that was like second row.
John Cena, for all we know.
An awesome train wreck of a three-way. I adored this match. This was not your typical three-way that we're very familiar with in modern times, where like one guy would get out of the ring and the other two would go at it. No, this was nothing like this. This was just all three guys in the ring. We're just going to hit each other with moves over and over and over again. We'll botch some things, but hey, it's a three-way. We're sweaty. We're going to do crazy-ass things that have never been seen before. For once, the cruiserweights were actually getting cheers on the show. This was a delight to see. I love train wrecks, especially in this sense. Tanner, did this match live up to your expectations going in with the guys involved? Mr. Tanner? Uh-oh, did we lose him?
I don't know.
Uh-oh. Kay, did this live up to your expectations?
Well, given the match we had on Nitro, and that was really fun, right? This match was, I'd say, easily the best match on the entire card. And it was the opening match, and I think it was the best match. Exciting, was great, and then the ending, the ending was great.
Well, describe the ending for us.
Well, I believe Kidman wins, and when Eddie Guerrero inserts himself into a title match. But before chickening out initially and saying he needs to get in shape and get his gear ready.
It seems we did, in fact, lose Tanner during this instance here. Well,
no.
When Eddie Guerrero does... Look, when the Latino World Order is involved, Eddie Guerrero is going to inevitably make an appearance. And he tries to interfere to cost Rey Mysterio and Kidman the match to win it for Juventud Guerrero. But this match has gone on so long, and the dudes are so exhausted, that is the story being told, that Rey actually takes out Juvi and takes out Eddie Guerrero, and this allows Kidman to get the essential roll-up pin, and Rey is just too exhausted to break it up. But he is happy nonetheless that the LWO did not win the title. That seemed to be at least his not so much his goal. Obviously, he wanted to win, but it was the consolation prize. This causes Eddie to go into a tantrum, horribly disappointed in Juventud. He basically kicks both him and Rey Rey again out of the LWO. He's been kicked out twice now already to this point. And he starts talking shit. He's in his jeans. He's in his combat boots of sorts. He's got his long-haired mullet going on. And he basically starts challenging Kidman to a title match. I would beat him, and Kidman lays down the challenge. He's like, hey, let's do this right here, right now. And then Eddie, in great heel fashion, goes, well, I haven't prepared.
I don't have my ring gear on.
I don't have my ring. Oh, he starts laying down all of the excuses. It's fantastic heel work. The crowd hates Eddie so much. And they proceed to have an impromptu cruiserweight title match. Eddie Guerrero in his street clothes against Kidman, coming off a grueling 17-minute match. And Tanner is now email. He's messaging me. All right, hop back in, buddy. Here we go. And we'll kind of bring him back up to speed when he gets back in. So yeah, and then Eddie, welcome back, Tenor.
Thank you. I lost in the ozone somewhere.
Oh boy. So yes, we just finished talking about the three-way match in which then Eddie throws a heel tantrum and gets his own title match that was not advertised on the card. Impromptu cruiserweight title match. So Kay, even though you were technically wrong at the start, you became technically right by the end of all this.
I love WCW, by the way, now. That was great. I was not expecting that.
So, Tenor, what did you think of not just the three-way, but also the preceding impromptu Eddie Guerrero Kidman title match?
First off, let me say Eddie Guerrero, quite the actor, right? After he lost and threw, not he lost, but after Ray and Juve lost, the tantrum that Eddie throws at ringside is quite great. And then they make sure to have a cameraman right there to catch his full reaction.
Oh, he's the best.
Yeah, it's amazing. Eddie Guerrero in the ring in street clothes is better than, I would say, probably 99% of people, even in their gear. So on
this card, you would be correct.
Oh yeah, this was definitely the best two matches on the show.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. I would say by far this is the best match on the card, or pair of matches rather, if you want to lump the three-way and the Eddie Guerrero, the preceding Eddie Guerrero match in there. Yeah, very strange. Didn't seem like they really had much of a full plan, so they were like, hey, have Eddie do an impromptu match.
Wait, are you saying WCW just may have booked this on the fly?
I'm
perhaps
shocked.
So
they wouldn't do such a thing.
No, never.
But yeah, no, Kidman, I know we gave Kidman some grief earlier about his wife beater shirt and jean shorts.
His awesome gear.
But I mean, if you think about it, he's perhaps one of the most innovative dudes on that roster. All four of them actually, when we sub in Eddie Guerrero for that second part of the match. I mean, nobody had really seen a shooting star press before, really. I guess it was a very innovative move at the time.
Not in the West, no. They'd only seen Liger do it in his brief appearances.
Exactly. So, I mean, with Kidman doing it, that's something. That's something to behold. Yeah, it was a nice throwback match. I think it stands up very, very well today. Obviously, Rey Mysterio is probably one of the most influential wrestlers to come from this generation, and he influenced a ton of people.
Very different wrestler when he had two eyeballs, I must say.
Yes.
Yeah, a bit more coordinated, for sure.
Yeah, depth perception pretty much on key, on point.
Indeed.
No vomit in sight.
No vomit. Nobody vomiting ringside. No, that did not happen.
No, it did not. Thankfully.
Oh my god. I forgot that did happen this year. Where would we be if we didn't talk about the commentary and the promos at the beginning of the show? Eddie, when he went full heel tantrum, his line was calling Hoovy, you even more moron than he is, as he says. Quote.
Quote.
And then
Yes.
and then as he's talking shit to Kidman, who has already walked to the back, he's telling Hoovy and Ray, he goes, you lost to a sissy. He's pretty. He's probably back there combing his hair, going out on a hot date later. I'm like, wait, are these supposed to be insults?
It's great.
I was like, Tanner, Headlock Talk, you're a great podcast. I bet you get thousands of listeners. You're going to go out on a date with your hot woman later. Get out of here.
Thank you.
I challenge you to a match.
But I'm not ready for this match yet. Maybe later.
Oh my god. complimentary insults was not something I was expecting.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
no
mean,
case I was either.
watch it with closed captions. It's even more interesting because it's like, why is he so angry and being so nice to him at the same time? I don't understand. But yeah, no.
And then during the Eddie and Kidman match, I don't know if you guys caught this, Bobby Heenan has the line of the night, and he goes, "Looks like a couple construction workers on their lunch break are having a match." I don't think this is going to get the cruiserweights over, saying lines like that.
Nope. That's sad. That's quite unfortunate, actually, coming from Bobby Heenan.
Well, there is a reason why the crowd has a very, very hard time getting into these cruiserweight matches and buying into Kidman as a champion. It is not his gear. It is the fact that he was in the flock for a very long time, and no more than like a week or two after he won the title, he got the shit kicked out of him by Scott Hall. Like, not even close. And he's never recovered since. And it really shows, unfortunately. We saw... with Hoovy and Ray in the Cruiserweight three-way, that's what saved the match. Unfortunately, with Eddie and Kidman just on their own, it was really heat for Eddie. Did not care about Kidman. And of note, Kidman hadn't wrestled in the past week because during this match, he had a torn rotator cuff, and I believe we see him out of action over the coming weeks, and a pulled groin muscle, much like my hero, Bret Hart.
Okay, so just real quick, the combination of those two injuries is awful.
Now imagine having that and doing 2 straight matches.
Exactly. As somebody who's had plenty of shoulder injuries myself, and definitely pulled my groin before, the I can't comprehend how horrific that existence must have been for a few short days, having injured both your rotator cuff and your groin.
No.
Sure, WCW fashion.
Me sad.
Keep the belt on him.
Well, keep that in mind that Rick Steiner is out with injury. I believe with a ripped shoulder of some kind, and he's still the tag champion with one Judy Bagwell.
The best tag team. My favorite tag team.
Because you will notice the tag champions or the tag belts are not on the card.
I did notice.
Did notice, yes. And then from this point on, unfortunately, the card goes absolute to hell.
It takes a nosedive.
Because they precede the Great Cruiserweights with Norman Smiley versus Prince Iaukea. We did not see this match coming, boys.
Oh, no. One could not ever see this coming.
We are 1-1 in our Guess the Card. Having to note the video screen for Smiley is just a white sign of his name across a static CRT. Iaukea, unfortunately, just gets the Starrcade white sign. Very odd Tron choices for Starrcade 98 here. I did laugh out loud during this. Guys, this match sucked.
I don't know what you're talking about. This was
terrible.
This was so boring. It's just holds. It's more holds, and Norman dances sometimes. 11 minutes. No way. This went at least 35 minutes of main event evil in New Japan.
It felt like it. That's for sure.
He finally just gets the crossface chicken wing to end our pain, followed by Tenay saying this was Smiley's biggest win of his WCW career.
Boy,
a peak moment, if you will.
That is sad, actually.
quite the career he had there in WCW, I see.
So, Scott Hall follows. We're just going to kind of go through this middle of the card because it was bad. Scott Hall comes out for his Hey Yo promo. People paid money for this, by the way.
I would have asked for a refund.
10-year-old JD over here at his friend's Christmas/birthday party was none too pleased. We were not paying attention at this point. I remember we were playing. I had brought over my NES during this, and on the side TV hooked up, we got so bored at this point in the show. We were playing NBA Fast Break 98 on the PlayStation, and I think it was a Magic Johnson basketball game for the NES. So yeah, we were playing a lot of basketball video games during these matches. Scott Hall says, not the best year for Scott Hall. No truer words could be spoken.
And many worse to come, it seems.
Yes.
He also says he's not the smartest guy in the world. I believe his DUIs speak for himself of this era.
Yeah. Also a true statement.
Yes, very true. He would know how accurate he is.
Yeah, he follows this by saying he's going to kiss 1998 goodbye, and 1999 is going to be his year.
If only he knew.
Not too sure about that one, Mr. Hall. So a good perspective promo there. The Cat with Sonny Ono, one of my favorite combinations of 1998, versus Saturn in his BDSM best. 1 for 2 now, Kay. We are now having a losing record over Guess the Card.
At this point, I gave up. I was like, yeah, no, nothing's gonna happen. It's gonna be bad.
Tanner, what do you feel about the pay-per-view mid-card unannounced matches for Starrcade 98?
This was, I really thought that this was going to be an improvement upon the Norman Smiley match. And then I was like, all right, well, okay, we got Norman Smiley out of the way. It's at the very least, it's comedy relief. You get the big wiggle. That's fine. This match, it probably did even less for me, to be quite honest with you. I was like, oh, this is the mid card. Oh,
I don't know if you would even call it the mid card anymore. It's an undercard.
Yes, the undercard. That's a more appropriate term, actually. Yes, the undercard.
Because this crowd was, I mean, if you would have told me you hit the crowd with sleeping gas, I would believe you. If you hit me with sleeping gas and I woke up from this fever dream of 7 minutes, because I'm like, I swear I've seen this match 8 times on Nitro already. But yes, Nitro rematches on a pay-per-view card. I felt bad for my friend paying money to see this at this point. It's just year one. Heel controls most of the match. He dances. So yeah, 2 straight undercard matches where the heel dances.
Like back-to-back rematches, by the way. We saw the one before on the Nitro leading into the show. With the same result.
Yep. Cat holds Saturn as he calls for Ono to just get in the ring and kick him. Not a DQ, by the way.
Nope.
Ono, in fact, hits the Cat. Still not a DQ. Saturn dodges. And the Cat hits Ono. And Saturn gives the Death Valley driver, and he wins. Crowd pops, I believe, because they're like, yes, the match is over.
Thank God. Yeah. No, I feel like the ref was like just in the corner, like, you brought this on yourself, Cat. Just didn't call the DQ and let it roll. I don't know.
The Dragon Gate strategy, yes.
Yes.
we can definitely at least tell ourselves this. Mean Gene out to interview Ric Flair. It fooled me because I thought we were going to get Bischoff Flair, a match that was actually advertised, but in fact, no. It is promo time to promote the pay-per-view you already bought.
Right. Smart.
Very smart.
Mm-hmm.
I ask myself in a fury, why can't we go to the matches we paid for?
Yeah,
I say that, but hey. We got a usual great Ric Flair by God promo. And you were going to say something, Tanner, before I rudely interrupted you?
Oh, no. I can't even remember now.
Okay. Well, Flair says...
Show.
Yes, Flair says he's going to strangle Bischoff's neck, gouge the eyes, and put on the figure 4 until I hear the bones go... Crick! That is what he said. He makes the sound effect and everything and uses his hands. It's good stuff. Steiner and Bagwell randomly find Conan on a couch in the back. So, in a way, we did get a Scott Steiner promo, okay?
Yeah, I got a half point there. That Scott Steiner promo.
I guess we can give ourselves a half a point. He says they're going to kick his ass, but not Luger.
No.
They were very specific about that. And then Luger walks in, and Conan's like, they're going to beat me up, but not you? What's up with that? Now, I can only assume that Conan also followed this up with, I don't watch Nitro, I watch Raw. McMahon Stone Cold, that shit's hot right now.
Seeing this?
Because he would have known the answer if he would have watched Nitro. So then we get the most random tag match on a WCW pay-per-view of the year. and I'm not making this up, Scott Norton and Bryan Adams, the former Crush, with Vincent, versus Jerry Flynn and Fit Finley. Okay, we're 1 for 3 now.
Yeah, no, at this point I was like, yeah, no, okay, I don't understand what they're doing here. Where's my Scott Steiner squash match?
Now, I do like me some Scott Norton. But right here in this instant, I did not like Scott Norton. I did not like the pay-per-view. I was very much in pain. A real nothing tag match. Norton hits the powerbomb in 9 minutes, and we can move on with our lives. Again, unannounced matches are killing me. Tenor, are you feeling okay at this point in the show? Are you all right? Are you waking up from a dream?
I'm very frustrated. I'm sad. I'm in awe of the hair. And
mullets are very on point,
I did recognize there's a there was also a sign in the crowd, and I'm not sure if you can see it. It's also very much available to see out at the very beginning of the show, but it says like "Have a beer for Jesus." So
I did not see this sign.
I did not see that either.
Yeah, go back to the very beginning of the show. It's a lot more clear. But yeah, you can definitely see there's a sign that says "Have a beer for Jesus" or something along those lines.
I'm usually good on my sign watching. I didn't see really. I mean, there was a lot of the South Park signs that we generally see in the late '90s. Here we see a lot of those. All the WCW guys in South Park cartoon drawings, which is quite fun. Have a beer for Jesus.
Yeah.
I think I might need a beer getting through this show.
Mean Gene is out again, Kay. I'm glad you want the show to go on. Bischoff music plays, and then it plays again because Bischoff just didn't come out in time. I don't know. Gene then does the intro again, mind you, and Bischoff finally appears after his music restarts. He demotes Flair to being a broke bitch, and he saves his money by wasting Ted Turner's money.
Wow.
This was a real promo by Bischoff.
That was quite accurate.
That's a shoot. All right, Conan versus Chris Jericho TV title. We're 2 for 3. We're fighting back. Great Jericho promo pre-match. In the ring, Daddy-O, as he says. Conan was real good at grabbing his nuts in this match. He was both bowdy and rowdy.
Grabbing his nuts point line.
Yes, he was grabbing the cholos, and
that's how he was
Jericho was very distracted through these nut grabbing tactics of Conan. I honestly did not remember this match as a kid. Did you, Tanner?
So I do distinctly remember both Chris Jericho and Conan, but and I actually remember Conan as TV title champ, but I guess this is we're getting near the end of Chris Jericho's WCW run. So yeah, no, this one kind of faded out in my mind, but looking back on it, Chris Jericho was still very, very creative for his time. This was a marked improvement on things that we'd seen up to this, I thought. But I mean, yeah, just not by much. It was a fine match. It at least made sense.
Well, it's about as much as we can ask for from WCW at this point in the year. What fascinates me about watching Chris Jericho, especially going back to 1998, he's still almost the same wrestler he is today at 49 years old. Still in the key demo, by the way. Jericho does a turnbuckle leap over the top to the floor, and he goes ribs first into the steps in this match. Looked brutal, looked great. He sold it phenomenally. After kicking out of a belt shot, Conan does turn the tides in the match. Hits a face crusher, locks in the Tequila Sunrise submission to win. I don't think it was the greatest Chris Jericho match ever, but as you said, Tenor, it's acceptable. It was fine.
Yeah,
it was definitely better.
There wasn't anything wrong with it.
Yes, and it also helps that these two guys are actually over, so the crowd woke up from their comas. But I'll go back because we're watching Chris Jericho, and I've seen a lot of non-AEW fans in particular want more serious Chris Jericho. But then when you watch 1998 Chris Jericho and you really think about it, he's always had this comedy to his character throughout his career. So I'm not really sure what they expect out of a Chris Jericho. Am I alone on this hill here?
Oh, no, definitely not. I remember, because I was watching WWF around this time a lot, and when he had come over, he was still the same as far as I remember him up until he had left. Even when he came back in like 2007 or 8, he was still the same, like serious, but still had comedy to him. So he's not really different now than he's ever been, really.
All right. Tanner?
Yeah, I mean, his character has always, I mean, there's always like a baseline template for Jericho characters. I mean, even if you look at like the character that he had, where he was like the narcissist with that always wore the suits, and he was kind of almost like that No Country for Old Men character.
Sure.
Even that had just a tinge of comedy, but I feel like wrestling fans in general are a very fickle bunch, right? We all have separate individual voices that try to help navigate this weird landscape sometimes, but I really feel like sometimes we don't know what we want until we've actually got it in front of us. So yeah, I mean, I could see the argument, hey, can we get a more serious Chris Jericho? But at the same time, I mean, let Jericho do Jericho. He's always found ways to reinvent himself and make his characters even more interesting over time.
I mean, here he has fucking Ralphus.
Right. I mean, what more could you ask for? Like Ralphus doesn't even have half of a shirt, and it's like that's interesting, right? But no, it's cool that Jericho had his own security. Ralphus is a brilliant security guard for him. It's just a layer. It's just a fun, nice layer in Chris Jericho's character for this time.
If you get a chance, Tanner, I'd go back to a couple Nitros ago before this Starrcade pay-per-view where Jericho cuts a promo with Ralphus in a fake Conan where he has a whiteboard and he has a stick figure and he's describing his TV title loss to Conan and how much Conan cheated.
Oh, it was great.
Is great. He's just, and he hit me again, and he's just drawing a black marker to the stick figure, and he hit me again, and he got the shovel, and he hit me again. It's a very funny promo. It's a very funny segment. It really reminded me in a lot of ways his Orange Cassidy comedy promo towards him. He definitely channels a lot of 1998. Britt Baker in a lot of ways channels 1998 Chris Jericho when you look back at it all. I'm the role model. I am. Oh yeah, it's very apparent. Britt Baker has been watching a lot of 1998 Chris Jericho, and I think she said as much as well in an interview. So finally, we get to our matches we really care about. Bischoff versus Flair. We're 3 for 3. We're batting 500K.
Yes.
This match was awesome until the finish. Really felt like a WWE bullshit match here.
Oh,
a WCW bullshit match at its finest. Flair finally gets his hands on Bischoff. He beats the hell out of Mr. Black Belt here. And he just beats the shit out of him for X amount of time. I didn't write that down. And we get a returning Kurt Hennig from injury. He's been out for a little while. Gives Bischoff brass knucks because the ref was down. And he knocks Flair out while in the figure 4, and he just pins him. I'm going to be honest, about what I expected out of WCW.
Yeah, I didn't expect a clean finish at all in this one, but it definitely was a letdown, even knowing that.
Bischoff did take a beating, to be fair.
Well, he did.
To be fair.
That is very fair. Not that it mattered in the end, though.
So, I have no memory of this match. It is actually the Nitro match I have the most memory of, because that's when, they revisit the pay-per-view match, and I remember very vividly my friends that were at that Starrcade party that when we watched Nitro the next night and we saw Flair versus Bischoff, I could hear his mom being, "We fucking bought that match last night."
So
that's why it sticks out to me a lot more as the Nitro match. Tanner, do you remember the Nitro match more, or do you remember this one more?
I do remember this one more, only because of again Kurt Hennig, really, because even at the time I was like, oh, that guy. But I mean, it's I don't know, man. I didn't think it was terrible logic. I did see it coming, where it was like, all right, well, obviously Eric Bischoff is gonna, he's going to go over in this match somehow, some way, because that's unfortunately the story that they're telling, is that we're going to still continue to screw Ric Flair. I think that it did give you ultimately what, I guess, part of what you wanted here, is that you just wanted to see Ric Flair get his hands on Eric Bischoff, which is great. I like that. The execution maybe could have been a little bit better.
Nah, it was very set up for Horseman banned from the arena, right. NWO or not.
Yep.
But with all of the this feud has been going on since August of 1998. It is a long time in the making. Flair has been screwed 6 ways from Sunday, both in kayfabe and real life, with his real life lawsuit through Bischoff and WCW of the time. Bischoff has only had his comeuppance a couple times. The Nitro build in December for Bischoff Flair, I thought, was well done outside of the fake heart attack angle, which happened.
Very bad.
That was really, really bad. Do you remember the heart attack? Tanner?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not so good, was it?
I do. I do. No, I really feel like, and this needs to, I think this just needs to be across the board. We just need to have we just need to stop doing fake heart attack angles. It happens too much in real life, and I know there's the shock and awe of it. But when we, especially post what happened with Jerry the King Lawler,
sure.
It's just
absolutely,
it's just very distasteful. I think.
It's even more tasteless when they have the break the fourth wall serious segment that would make you believe that it's something that actually happened. Only
right.
it's a work. That I find those things disgusting, typically.
Would the poisoning angle that supposedly was the plan been better?
No.
Ironically, it's something we did see happen in 2020.
Yeah, no, that's a weird. That's a very strange connection back here to 2020.
So, unfortunately, this thing ends in a schmoz. NWO go over again, something nobody wanted, and you could just hear the life get sucked out of the arena, and that's when you know you've made a bad decision, and I think that's why they went to Nitro the very next night. But again, a problem with WCW was not building up the whole card of pay-per-views, schmoz finishes, and kind of having these bad finishes carry over to the pay-per-view, or to Nitro the next day or week, instead of finishing blowing it off on the show that people paid for. And this is a grand example of that. Giant versus DDP. 4 and 3K. We're above 500.
Yes, we are.
Now, I actually fucking love this match.
I liked it as well.
It was slow, no doubt, but it was Giant being Giant. Okay, he was just fat and slow of the time. He was very out of shape. But DDP is the people's champion. He was my people's champion of 1998. By God.
Yes, I remember being a very, very big DDP fan. He was probably my favorite WCW wrestler, just in general. Probably from the time I even started watching WCW, he was my favorite WCW wrestler. So I remember this is post DDP losing the title to Bret Hart,
Yes.
almost immediately after. So
for the second time, yeah.
Yeah. sad. But yeah, no, he was a great champion. And yeah, this match here, not bad. It is your kind of a by the numbers big show / giant match. More giant match, I would say. But yeah, it's good seeing the old DDP back in the ring, you know?
And everything this match did made sense in terms of the story, with Bret Hart injured and the Giants is big heavy. DDP has to overcome him first to get to Bret Hart. Bret Hart is legit injured with a pulled groin, and he made a fantastic story of it all. The Giant kicks ass like the majority of the match. The People's Champ persevered. Guys, that chair shot duck from Page, where Hart just buries the Giant with the chair, was awesome.
Oh, it was very
Giant,
good.
And they did a great job of making the Giant maintain his giantness, where he kicks out of this. He maintains a choke slam hold all the way to the top rope, calling back to how Bret Hart won the title from DDP, where Giant came into the ring during a no DQ match, in which Bret Hart goaded DDP into it. So he's going for the choke slam, and midway down, this is where DDP reverses it into a top rope diamond cutter, in which commentary was putting it over as how will DDP hit the Giant with the big diamond cutter? He's going to have to find something innovative. They were kind of hinting at a top rope finish. That's the only way, because the Giant's so tall. He's going to have to get to the top rope somehow. Utterly fantastic. Bret Hart and his pulled groin are thwarted in this match. The babyface goes over. I thought this was one of the better builds, one of the best builds and finishes of WCW in 1998. The problem, unfortunately, is, and the crowd kind of spoke to it, is prior to this, we had seen almost every match on the card heel interference, kicks in the balls, and most of the show has been horribly boring up to the point that just killed the show.
You would think you want the crowd to pop for your big moment there, and they almost didn't. Like, I don't remember hearing that much of a pop, really. It's definitely a problem, especially coming off that Flair Bischoff match, which just killed the crowd anyways.
Yes.
It was just not a good look. And then we'd get the main event, which would just be even worse.
This was a huge bummer to see. A real testament to kind of a structure of the card and how to book. It's a good learning experience for this, because in all reality, this match should have gotten this crowd to just throw their popcorn in the air and be elated that the People's Champion thwarted the NWO. But alas, that was not meant to be, with just how the structure went prior. Good learning experience. Tanner, do you have anything to say over this?
No. No.
Oh my
nothing.
God, Kitty.
No, I think you covered it very, very well. I mean, I do again. I will point out again, probably for this era of WCW and really kind of I don't know, just going forward, and for even many years before, I think DDP was probably WCW's best developed character up to that point, and probably one of the most over. Well, yes, there is Sting. I would say Sting is probably the only other one that comes close. But even then, they kind of muddied the waters a lot with Sting, with like the whole okay, well, we've got this fake Sting, and now Sting's Wolfpack, and we've got dude, I don't know. It just
1998 Sting was a disaster.
Exactly.
Like, we look like in Kay, you're just joining me on the Nitro journey of 98 at the end here.
Right.
But 1998 started with the vacated world title after that year-long build of Hogan Sting, right? Mm-hmm. Sting loses again. They botch another finish. He gets his ass kicked multi times over. He's not in the main event. Then he joins the Wolfpack, proceeds to not wrestle. He wins the tag team titles. with the Giant that I believe, if I'm getting all my connections straight, rejoins the NWO. They vacate the titles again. Then he wins them with Lex Luger, but then Nash is the champion with Sting. And then I don't quite remember how they lose. It's probably Scott Steiner or something or another. And then he just gets injured by Bret Hart, and we haven't seen him since. I believe since, well, him and Bret Hart had a really good heel face match, and Bret Hart took him out and took him off TV, and we haven't seen him since I want to say that was Halloween Havoc. That match happened. So we haven't seen Sting since the end of October. So it's been 2 months.
Well, and that void, the fans wanting to have somebody to rally around. I mean, that void really propelled DDP, really. And it's not like he was like just coming out of nowhere at the time. It's been a steadily, very well built, gradually. I guess it continued to get better and better for him as time went on, which is kind of crazy because he obviously he's talked about it many times, but he entered into wrestling at a very late stage in his life, way later than most would. So considering all of these factors into this, 1998 going forward is a major success for DDP.
Yeah, he's the one star that's been propelled, and if we just look at this card, no Randy Savage, no Hogan, no Sting, no Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair is on it, but he's facing Bischoff, and he lost.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Steiner is supposedly being built, but he doesn't have a match on the card. Bret Hart's injured. The only guy that is really being elevated is DDP. The cruiserweights are still at their same ceiling they've ever been. Chris Jericho, yes, is in the TV title, but he lost. Right? He was supposed to be in a program with Goldberg, but Goldberg just speared him, and just that spear, instead of being an actual match with Goldberg, sent Chris Jericho to be in the mid card. That was his ceiling, right? So this is over 1998 with their early mid 90s stars slowly fading away, and yet it's their inability to really elevate anyone else other than DDP, and DDP did have a good title match against Goldberg. Goldberg's really only title defense before this Kevin Nash match. And speaking of Kevin Nash,
Boy, here we go.
Don't turn your back on the Wolfpack. He's coming, guys. He's coming out. He gets kind of cheered, kind of booed. It's really mixed. Michael Buffer does the introductions, as only Michael Buffer does. Coming in at 173-0. He is undefeated, undisputed Goldberg. I hope I did that all right. I was just kind of off the cuff there.
Yeah, that's great.
5-3 on the card, Kay. We
Also,
won.
he's not undefeated. He's not undefeated. He has that one draw. Was it DQ draw?
There was a DQ in which he did lose. On a 3-way with Bigelow and Kevin Nash. There was also the DQ where he was facing Scott. No, he technically won because Bigelow interfered against the Scott Hall match. But anyways, here we are. It is the main event. It is really what we're all here for. We've come to Taser Town. It's a big, long journey in the making. I started this like 2.5 years ago for the podcast, just every other week, watching a Nitro and a pay-per-view. I made it, boys. We made it.
Oh, boy.
Congratulations.
Was it everything you ever wanted to be?
God damn it. It is nothing of what I wanted it to be. And the memory I have of this match was really just... It was very vague. I know what happens, but what I truly visualized was, Scott Hall's a security guard, and he tases Goldberg, and Nash powerbombs him and wins. And I remember all my friends all sad. The birthday cake was not being eaten, and I was laughing because I'm like, it's so stupid. Where's Bret Hart already?
Well, little did you know, a wild Disco Inferno would show up randomly.
Whoa, you're getting way ahead of yourself, my friend. Way ahead of yourself.
Oh, I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
Because the match is like 12 minutes. It's not very long.
No, not at all.
We actually see Nash move, which was shocking. I don't know about you, Tanner. But seeing Nash just actually run the ropes was very surprising.
It was shocking. You got his exercise for the week.
So, Tanner, break this match down for us.
Well, so how does one do this? It was it's an interesting big man match. I think that's what you really buy. That's what you're really buying in here for this particular match is like, okay, we want to see some big moves, and you do get that at points here. I would say for a Kevin Nash match, this is actually somewhat well put together, considering that he's working with Goldberg, who is he's still very green at this point, despite him being just a major, just like, I don't know, he's not a very experienced wrestler, even for him being champion, I guess. So yeah, I mean, this was full of big moves. On
Goldberg has had more matches than Nash in 1998.
Exactly.
Hilarious.
But most of those matches are like what, 2 seconds, like 5 seconds.
That doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, Nash's matches never went much longer when he did.
This is also true. But yeah, I mean, do you want to talk about like the all the interference? I mean, that's really, I guess, the talking point here.
My God.
Yeah, I hate saying that, like this is like, because there is an actual match that happens, but nobody remembers the match. I watched this show twice yesterday, and even I don't remember the match. I remember the interference, right? Because it was everywhere.
It was everything. And it was so fast. It was kitty cat. Come on, seriously. Oh my God. Wouldn't be a Red Leaf Retrocast episode without the cat causing issues. So they go like 8 minutes, and they're just kind of going back and forth. Okay, you hit a move. Okay, I hit a move. Okay, you hit a move. Okay, I hit a move. Definitely not as good as the DDP Goldberg match. That was awesome.
Right.
And if anyone wants to see a good Goldberg match, like an actual good 10-minute Goldberg match, you can either watch the Nitro the next day, or you can watch the pay-per-view from, I think that was Halloween Havoc. No. Yes? Yes.
Yes,
no.
that would be Halloween Havoc. I think that's a credit to how DDP planned and structured matches. Like, he could communicate this to Goldberg, and Goldberg would be like, "Oh, okay," and then they would have a good match. Kevin Nash, I don't think is that kind of guy. So he's, again, like the patterns you said. You hit a big move, I hit a big move, you hit a big move, I hit a big move, and then.
My God. Okay.
Finish.
Okay.
Yes.
The first guy in this match to hit the ring and interfere off the ref bump is who hit the ring?
I popped so hard. I was like, who the fuck is Disco Inferno doing?
All of us in the chat. Tanner, we watched this with like 4 other people in the voice chat. And this is what we watch instead of Monday Night Raw in 2020.
So much better.
We watched Starrcade
Brilliant.
1998. And when Disco Inferno is the first guy to hit the ring, I went, why the fuck is Disco out here?
I popped so hard. I was like, Disco Inferno. I didn't get my Raven. I didn't get my What About Raven, but I got Disco Inferno running in randomly.
No Raven was on this show, but we got a Disco sighting. What he was doing out there was flabbergasting. And then it all hit me. Like, after the show was over, because I'm like, I have no memory of Disco Inferno in the main event of Starrcade 1998, nor should anybody,
No.
for that matter.
It was brief.
And then it hit me. I go, oh my God. He has been cutting promos on Nitro throughout December saying he wants to be part of the Wolfpack and Nash is going to let him in.
Mm-hmm.
There was an actual connection of it, but it's like so in the back of your head that it just left my mind completely. Because it's Disco Inferno, of all people, in the main event of Starrcade. Imagine, and I was trying to think of correlations. Imagine in the, I don't know, AEW All Out match, main event of MJF and Jon Moxley, the librarian hits the ring on behalf of MJF. Off a ref bump. That was the closest thing I can imagine. The main event of WrestleMania is, I don't know, throughout Triple H versus Roman Reigns, and
Peter
a Fandango hits the ring.
That's probably a better comparison. It's like, what is he doing?
Fandango cutting a promo. I'm gonna help Roman.
I'm gonna become with a Roman.
I want to be part of the. I want to be part of your empire, Roman.
I want to be part of the
Roman's
Shield.
Like, right. Puts his fist in. Yeah.
And my mind just couldn't comprehend how just absurd it was. So Disco hits the ring and he just gets speared.
Immediately.
Immediately.
Great.
And he just gets thrown out like yesterday's, like Disco is actually dead. And then in fact, we get Bigelow hits the ring and I'm like, oh, story sense. Yay. Okay. He gets a ring, duck, and he gets clotheslined out. Like, that was it. He's thrown out like yesterday's garbage. He's an afterthought. So 2 months of Bigelow build is yesterday's news. So we got a Disco that's now dead. We have a Bigelow burying ECW while they're at it.
Yep.
And then, the camera pans to the corner, and we hear the kick. And I had forgotten how amazing Goldberg sells this just stupid taser shot.
Didn't we find out it was legit? Like, he actually got hit with the taser, and that's why he sold it so
yes, well? He was not selling it. He legit got actually tased because they couldn't find the proper... So Goldberg was hospitalized and checked out for, like, possible heart issues because they couldn't... WCW couldn't find the possible, like, tape and everything to mounty this taser up properly. So Goldberg, being the psychopath he is, just says, fuck it, hit me with it. And he got legit tased. Like, in the shoulder, in the upper right hand there. So thank God it wasn't actual heart side.
Oh God, that'd been terrible.
And he's twitching, and he's, like, not able to stand. It looks very worrying. And Nash proceeds to jackknife him and powerbomb him. And Goldberg is still twitching in the ring. And rolls out, and the medical team is like, dude, are you all right? And he's fumbling and twitching more, and I'm like, well, in hindsight, not that the move was a good move at all, but in hindsight, Goldberg, like, he legit sells the hell out of this.
How do you kill a guy's momentum in one single moment? Boom. WCW with the taser.
No, okay. It was a gradual kill.
Oh no, but
he wins the title.
Period.
and then it was, all right, let's bury this fucker. Because that's what it felt like when this was all said and done. Yes, they needed actual police weaponry to take out the Goldberg.
Yes, to take out the Goldberg.
It's a fine match, an interesting ending, especially considering that it was a legit taser. But yeah, man, I mean, it's so sad that they did that to themselves and got rid of Goldberg in that way. I know that Kevin Nash was, again, he did have some stroke, and of course, he would make himself the champion, but
of course he would.
Yeah, of course he would. But yeah, I mean, again, Goldberg would never be the same really after this match. It's quite sad, actually.
No, he would punch a limo window and be out for more time.
A legit window.
Yeah.
Goldberg and legitimacy is just
It's a real thing. We see him bang his head against lockers. Like I'll never forget that. That was on a Nitro, and he's gearing up for a match, and you just see it pans to him in the back, and it shows him warming up, and then he just goes rah, and he slams his face into a locker legit, and he comes out bleeding from the forehead. So yes, we see this in 2019-2020 Goldberg. He was doing this in '98 as well.
Does someone tell him that wrestling's not real?
He was no. To him, wrestling was very real.
You have to do this.
Yeah, all like the interference and the taser all happens in a span of like 90 seconds, and the match ends. He twitches his way out of his title.
He twitches his way out of his title.
This, I mean, you put all of 1998 perspective. Starrcade 97 in perspective with just the debauchery that was the main event there, and they followed it up 1 year later with this. It's safe to say I don't think they're winning a ratings war anytime soon.
Oh no, I think they're losing more in the future.
Yeah, they are indeed losing a lot. They haven't won a single Monday night since August of '98. So the war ended very long ago. At this point in the timeline, did they think the war was truly over? No, but we can look to history, and it indeed was.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And it's only getting worse. And we followed it up with a great Nitro the next day. I can't wait to watch it. Kay, I think we might just have to watch it after recording here.
Oh boy. I don't think I'm prepared for such a thing.
I only remember the Flair Bischoff match from Nitro, and I won't spoil it, especially those following along with the Red Leaf Retrocast. As it's been a 2.5-year journey through '98. We are continuing through '99, getting into the Russo era, but we're long away from '99 Russo.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know it.
You wouldn't know it by the way this is going. And in perspective, and Tanner, I'm gonna put this on you. Nash got the book in October, I believe. Not Full Control, that happens in January, but he has the book in October. Within the span of 2 months, he has broken 173-0 Goldberg streak, taken the title, and buried multiple up-and-comers, including a Battle Royal along the way. We've seen another promotion that owns the book of certain wrestlers. And yet, we are almost a year into the promotion, and every EVP has not held the world title. The tag team EVPs of a certain promotion has not held the tag titles. And really, a secondary title was created in which a tournament was made for one EVP to win, in fact. However, he does lose in fantastic fashion. How would you compare kind of this learning lesson here we see with WCW to what we see today in an all elite of wrestling?
Yeah, I mean there's definitely similarities, right? I think what's interesting is that at least at first you didn't have, I guess, Kenny or the Young Bucks or Cody even really wanting to put themselves over. And in fact, if you go back to the very early stages, they were all losing a lot of their matches, maybe with the exception to Cody. Cody's always been kept reasonably strong, but there I think there was always this hesitancy of making Kenny or the Bucks or even Hangman to an extent very, very strong. I think that's
overly so,
right? Like they didn't put the title immediately on him.
No.
But he was kept reasonably strong. I think that is for storytelling. But I think I really don't know that AEW is going to go down the same hole as WCW did. That would be. I think that they're more intelligent, but I think that it's because they're still very young. They're making a lot of the same mistakes. And
in what way?
Well, again, I think that for me at least, and I'm not pro WWE. I'm not.
Well, this is why I'm
anti-AEW,
asking,
but-
just
Yeah.
because now we've seen an example of, bad. And what we've seen now in perspective from a year's worth of AEW at this point.
Mhm. I feel like there are times where the stories are not nearly as cohesive as what they need to be. I do feel as though the title scene has been fine for like the main AEW title. I think that's probably one glimmering kind of like shimmer here in AEW, a feather in AEW's cap. Also, the tag division has been great, but I do think that it's not nearly been as cohesive as far as making the EVPs champions. Like with Kenny Omega and with Cody in particular, I don't have anything nearly against that as long as it's done purposefully. Like Cody let go of the TNT title in a very well done fashion, as you had put it. Was it to somebody who I'm a huge fan of? Not necessarily, but I do like how that was done. And then obviously Kenny's dropped the title now. He's dropped the tag team titles, and it looks like he's well on his way to maybe having more of a feud, maybe directly with Hangman, or maybe some inner turmoil with I guess him, the Young Bucks on one side of things, and maybe Hangman on the other. So I guess that there are shades of WCW. Again, I'm not saying they've gone full blown. You don't go full blown WCW, right?
No, we see modern day WWE kind of doing a lot of that.
A lot more of that than what AEW is doing, for sure. But with such a young company, I think that they are going to make mistakes, and I think some of them are somewhat similar, I guess, to what WCW's done. I guess I'm making a long way back to my point here. They're going to make mistakes, and there are some mistakes that they made that are somewhat WCW-esque. But
Sure, yes.
Tony Khan's a pretty smart dude, and I think that we've seen that, and it's been made very clear that he has an idea. I think that at some points it just lacks some cohesiveness, and I think that's really the only hallmark that I see of WCW in AEW, and with that, they're always going to be able to tighten it up. It's just a matter of will they, or I don't know.
It's a lot to learn. It's not something you learn overnight, especially considering nobody's been a booker before, right?
Absolutely.
And I'd like to. So we see the EVPs keeping themselves off the title, and the reason why I saved this at the end of the cast instead of the all out conversation is because of this perspective, right? We have the Bischoff Flair angle. Okay, that's not to say Tony Khan's going to get in the ring anytime soon, but you can definitely compare a lot of the booking of Ric Flair in WCW to Cody. You can see a lot of the you can see a lot of the Kenny Omega kind of a DDP kind of push. You're expecting him to get to the main event, but when is that going to happen? DDP does eventually get there sooner rather than later in this timeline. But everything's being set up for the next year. I just have the feeling the way things are going. 2019-2020 was the year to elevate your new stars, such as and you can kind of see this with the way the ages are kind of lined out. They're trying to get as much out of the 35 plus year olds, because their time is much more their time is on a limit rather than the Jungle Boys of the MJFs of the world, even though they are still getting a lot of TV time. So Brody Lee being 40, finite, the time's running out on his clock. So get him over now, and then they can use both Cody and Brody Lee, for example, to get a Jungle Boy over, so to say. Those will come while 2021, now that all of this has been completed, you've gotten your Brody over, you've gotten your Moxley over, you've gotten your MJF and Jungle Boy and Kip Sabians of the world to be at a level, but they're not there yet, right? We gotta be patient. Darby would probably be a better example than Kip Sabian. 2021 is going to be Young Bucks, Omega, Page, probably Cody coming back, being the winning focal point of 2021. Now, will that get a WCW-esque reaction of they have the book, they're just getting themselves over? I hope to think a lot of fans will look at a year's worth of AEW. I guess if you count January as a true AEW standpoint of 2019 starting point, I hope a year or two's worth that they haven't done that. They've pushed these other stars to get the most out of them on their finite time left. Is that going to be enough for a lot of fans, or will we get the same kind of WCW treatment where we see the cruiserweights on this show have hit a glass ceiling, the Jungle Boys, the Darbys of the world, that just can't break through it? Will we get the horribly dressed Miros of the world, like a Chris Jericho on this show, just in the mid-card forever situation? Time will tell, but there are comparisons to be made. Will the fans see it that way? I don't see it that way, but I'm just one person.
Right. Well, and I think that you raise a lot of good points. I think that a reasonable wrestling fan, and maybe somebody who has context and who knows their history, would see it that way. I think maybe more casual fans, or maybe even more WWE centric fans, will probably not be as forgiving about maybe that aspect. I think that what's changed here is, for better or for worse, is the internet, the accessibility for people to make their opinions known. And with that being said, people can make an opinion and not really back it up with history or context or anything like that. So I think that there will certainly be. I think that the AEW fans, like out and out AEW fans, and I think even more casuals, tend to be a little bit more positive and upbeat with AEW, and they want to see what AEW can do. They at least want it to be a really good try, because I think that they're just so tired of what WWE does on a regular basis. But at the same time, I mean, you have to be very careful of these pitfalls that we've just talked about with WCW. I mean, they were kicking WWE's ass for quite some time in terms of ratings, and then it all fell apart. So you want to make sure that you handle it very delicately. Mm-hmm. I think that they're already doing things that WCW should have done. Oh,
absolutely. I always mark this back. That day at Revolution, when MJF beat Cody, I think was a huge turning point to me as a fan that say these guys know what they're doing. That Cody put the young 24-year-old over in a major match, in a major feud, and then Cody could still turn around, win a title that he made, and made a big deal, made a title that's kind of like the U.S. title in a lot of ways in WCW, where you see it as a big deal, okay? It is not just a mid-card title. These are guys that could main event shows, okay? Now, do I want, say, I've seen WCW Nitros where the U.S. title main events. Do they main event pay-per-views? No. I'd like to live in a world where the New Japans of the world could main event with their secondary title. Make it feel like a bigger deal. I want the tag titles to main event Full Gear. Full stop. I want Young Bucks FTR main event, period. It's things like that needs to happen for AEW to separate themselves from the WWE and the old WCW of the world. Because the point of these retrospectives, with watching New Japan, watching All Japan Women K, we can see where Joshi went wrong, where it went right. We can see where WCW went right, what went very wrong, and we can compare it to this new startup promotion and the bigger Western promotions of the world. Ring of Honor isn't in the best shape it used to be. Why? Why is that the case? Things like that.
So I don't think I've had a chance to sort of give my take on
No.
the
Okay, yeah.
the
You can finish it off, and then Tanner can close us out for us.
Sure. I don't think they're making the same mistakes. At least I'm not seeing the same mistakes. They have been making mistakes, especially a little bit as of late. But I think what's different is in the past they've shown to learn from what the mistakes they make, whereas WCW didn't learn from any of the mistakes. They just continued to make more mistakes or double down on the mistakes.
Finger poke of doom, baby, it's coming.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think AEW's done a good job keeping. I think Cody's title reign was fine. I think at the time, most of us were kind of complaining at some of the people he was beating. But I think at the end of the day, him being crushed and squashed.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I know certain people we were in chats with that were not entirely pleased with certain victories.
No, you're right.
But
yeah.
Him putting over Brody Lee as strong as he is, and the Dark Order as strong as they've been put over, at least Brody Lee in that regard, was important. Him being able to take the ego and check it and get squashed is something you would never see in like a WCW or even a WWE currently, right?
No, do you think Kevin Nash was going to eat a spear on this show?
I'll give you a modern example. Everyone likes to praise Triple H for putting people over, but has he put people over that hard when he's just gotten straight squashed with no offense? No. He's never going to do that because his ego wouldn't let him, right?
Well, I mean,
I think Cody has shown...
There's a key match that you can call back to on that one.
Well,
the Booker T match of WrestleMania.
Well, I mean, I think we saw John Cena take the squash, and I think he's a much better man for it. But I think seeing Cody take that not only made it a really good moment, but showed that he's willing to take that kind of loss, and his ego wouldn't be hurt. Like it doesn't matter, almost.
Well, the Omega Page match against FTR, they put over a new strong tag team. That's another great example. So, I mean, we'll go in a little bit more detail all out. I can't wait for my mom to watch that and get her thoughts. That's a totally different perspective here. That's why we're kind of going a little bit more detail on this one. Not the worst show in the world. Not the best show, for sure. There was a lot of issues with it.
There were some mistakes made, yes.
There were mistakes made. Learn.
That's the biggest thing they can take away.
We must learn. We must learn and evolve. And just one show isn't going to... what's the word I'm looking for?
It's not going to be... It's not an example of not learning. It's not something that'll be like, oh, okay, so this is their WCW now because they had one very mixed show. I think if you have more of these and you continue the same mistakes, then I think we can have that discussion or at least entertain it. But they so far haven't shown, to me at least, that
right. Eyeballs aren't being ripped out. Eyeballs aren't being ripped out. We're not getting flash paper with the Warrior. Although we do have Matt Hardy teleporting.
Very true.
Like the Warrior. We do have Britt Baker with Novocaine needles. Very questionable things for a lot of fans out there. Now, is it executed in something that makes sense? There is reasonings behind it. Is this what people expect? That's a different story. In very much the same way, should the Warrior be teleporting on Nitro in '98 with fake mannequins and claiming it is the Disciple?
But it fits Hardy's character, so there's difference there. Like Warrior never.
Well, I mean, they came in with the Warrior thinking he could teleport, but anyways, I digress. Tanner, again, just tell the audience who you are, where they can find you, and some just like a final thought.
Yes, I am. My name's Tanner. Howdy. No, first off, thank you guys for having me on the show. It was a lot of fun. I got to take a wonderful trip down memory lane and revisit an old WCW favorite ? Question mark. But yeah, no, it was a wonderful time getting to speak with you guys about WCW and also the allusions to AEW. I think that was very interesting, thought provoking, for sure. As far as where you can find me, I'm on Twitter at Texas Gentleman _ that's my own main personal account. I haven't really used it as much. I wish I would. But as far as my podcast stuff goes, obviously Headlock Talk every Monday. We also tend to do a little bit of a variety show on Wednesdays, and the Rogue and Ranger Gamecast for video games on Friday. That's more or less Steven talking to me about video games and me like nodding my head. And then a new project that has happened here recently. We've joined forces with Tony from Smart to Death. He's quit the podcasting game, but has started up a sporting, network called Shooting the Sports Ish. You can subscribe to them on YouTube. And myself and my good friend Mags, we do a soccer/football podcast called Radio Techers. So you can definitely find all of that good stuff there. So if you're a fan of the beautiful game, I definitely recommend you checking that one out as well. So yeah, good stuff all around. And big
fan of the gaming one you guys started up. I listen every week at work, every Friday when you put it out. Or Saturday.
Awesome.
Put it out on Saturdays, don't you?
Steven had some health issues, so we weren't able to do a Rogue and Ranger this week, but fingers crossed that we'll be back on top of that here soon. Steven's very knowledgeable about the video games. I do my research as well. I do play video games. I'm not saying that I don't. I do in fact play a lot of video games, but Steven is hardcore into video games, and so I always like to have his thoughts and opinions, and it really is a learning lesson for me too. So that's a lot of fun, man. But I sincerely thank you for having me on this morning. It was a blast getting to watch WCW talk about it with you guys.
It was great fun. I loved having you on again. Since you are fans of all you listeners out there, you do listen to Red Leaf Retrocast. Lots of gaming on this podcast. If you want more perspective, I do recommend Headlock Talk's video game show that they do weekly. A little bit of other perspective. I love you guys' audio. It's very high level. It's big. I don't want no bathroom podcasts in my ears, as I like calling them.
Oh, well, thank you.
And every Monday, my favorite thing you guys do is the hot takes.
Hot takes, yes, fun times.
I love it. Hopefully, you guys get mine on there about Miro. I was very passionate about that one.
Yes, I look forward to talking about it. Yes,
it was definitely a thing.
Yes, Headlock Talk, a very good podcast. I love it. A bunch of great guys over there. They don't go on the rants that I do.
Or that I do.
I go into the fan rage sometimes, but
we go on some rants, buddy. Yeah, we go on some rants.
Yeah, it was great having you on. Headlock Talk again, and with that, Kay, we'll transition into the end of the podcast.
All right, man, nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you both.
You blocked me on Facebook, and now you're going to die.
I just felt like playing Hana Kimura's music there.
Oh, that's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
Great music there.
It's very catchy. So,
awesome.
I did something special for the wrestler rankings this time around, which I always do. Is the makeup points. If something really impresses me and it's something I missed, then you get makeup points. So the TJPW show impressed me so much that I pretty much just went a 1 through 10 on that show as a whole to kind of even everything out. So I went Shoko, Hyper Misao 1-2 because of their very fun comedy match. I love Hyper Misao. Definitely number 18th favorite Joshi out there, favorite women's wrestler.
Misao should get an extra at least half point for using the president of the company as her weapon of choice to the match.
Brilliant strategy. It also helps to blackmail him too, but anyways.
Definitely. with his paycheck.
Yeah. Shoko busts out the little kaiju toys as her weapon. It was great.
That was amazing.
Yeah. Natsumi Maki, 3 points. Hikari Noah, fortunately, gets 4. Maki Ito gets 5. Mizuki, to my very much disdain, got 6 points. I'll admit when someone looks okay, I guess.
Better Riho? You mean better Riho?
No, Riho has more points.
I smell bias here.
No. wouldn't ever admit to that. Thunder Rosa gets 7. Miyu Yamashita and Yuka Sakazaki get 8 and 9 apiece. And Sareee gets the 10 points there. Saree's very impressive. I don't know if you've heard.
No, she was very good. I heard she had a very good 2019.
It was all right.
Well, I heard she beat Meiko Satomura, something very few people get a chance to do.
Just look. I saw that match. It was fine.
It was good. How dare you? It was a good match.
Yeah, well, maybe it'll get the top 25. Maybe it did.
Well,
I don't remember. Maybe it didn't, actually.
It probably didn't.
I'm not impressed with Sendai main events. I never am. They always have the same formula. They're not exciting.
Well, also, there was so many great matches last year. It didn't even crack my top 10.
Yeah, not in Sendai. Okay, so I'll do the men's top 15 here. I got Santana Ortiz at 15. I got the Dark Order, and I have them 1 through 5 as one team. They get 14. Kento Kabune, our super rookie, gets 13. Santa Maria 12. Kota Minoura gets 11. Genki Horiguchi coming in at 10 points. And then it's kind of an all-out AEW heavy from there. Jurassic Express 9. Young Bucks 8. Best Friends, that includes Orange Cassidy. Omega Page 6. They're going to split those 2 points. FTR gets 5. Jericho 4. KZ 3. Moxley 2. MJF 1.
Ooh, ow.
No, like rank 1, so he gets 15 points.
Oh. I was like 1 point. Ow. MJF didn't do that bad.
No, he's rank 1, so he gets the full 15 points.
Ooh, interesting. You put him above Moxley. I agree with that. He did a good job in that match.
MJF was very impressive. This dude continues to prove why he's the future of the company. And 24 years old in a major promotion, hitting the main event scene and proving himself. Very impressive stuff. He knows what he's doing.
Cuts a mean promo.
He does. Now, I forgot to ask my mom this earlier on the show, but her favorite wrestler was Orange Juice, as she says.
Orange Juice.
Yes, Orange Cassidy gets her favorite wrestler, because decisive victory over Chris Jericho will do that. Now, for the women top 10. In the 10 spot, Hanori Hana, seed rookie.
Ooh, interesting.
9, Rina Shingaki.
Even more interesting.
Action. Yes. 8, Miyuki Takase.
Okay.
Yeah. 7 is Madeline. Got to give it up for the 13th favorite Joshi there.
Oh, she's amazing. I love her.
She's great. 6, Suzu Suzuki.
Ooh.
And then this is where I was just most impressed with the work rate and how they're doing. 5, Hikaru Shida. 4, Azumi. 3, Mayu Iwatani. 2, Thunder Rosa. And 1, Konami. Now, I'm sure you have something to say about that little top 5 action there.
Well, I think I'd put Suzu a little bit higher, but that's just probably my bias on how great Suzu is. Rosa 2 is okay, but I put Shida above her just because Shida got the victory there. And Shida definitely looked much more impressive. They both looked impressive, but I think Shida looked a little bit more impressive. She was actually able to show her moveset finally.
Well, the reason why I put Thunder Rosa in that 2 spot is twofold. One, she came in from a foreign promotion, if you will, gets right into the main event match. She had the Dynamite match against Serena Deeb that impressed the masses, including myself, because when was the last time Serena Deeb wrestled on a stage as well? Thunder Rosa's character work in the match helps Shida out and made Shida look better. Thunder Rosa, to me, was the perfect example of a wrestler doing her job.
Yeah, no, actually, now that you've explained that, because the problem with Shida is she doesn't have much of a characteristic that they've shown, so she needed that. I agree with you with that one.
Yeah. You surprised about Konami in the 1 spot?
No, given how impressive Konami's been, okay. No, not surprised at all.
She got a good match out of Julia.
Well, she got a better match out of Julia in 11 minutes than that 20-minute one. I mean, you can't carry with somebody 20 minits. I don't think anyone can.
Yeah, some people would say Tom Nakano carried her for 30, but anyways.
Well, Tam tried. You can't carry somebody who's not able to pull their own weight sometimes.
So there you go. I will have the full top 20 updated rankings up on the redleafretrocast.blogspot.com site with a little more insight written notes there. If you want to read the more written retro reviews, head on over to Wrestling News World. I'm still posting them over there at their site. Hope you guys enjoyed the podcast. Kay?
Yes.
We actually did this in pretty fast fashion this time
We
around.
did. Surprising.
Yeah, we just rolled out episode 65, all out 5-star storm. See you next time.
See ya.